Everyone, thank you so much for being here on this very dreary day. I want to leave you with Dr. Michael Conte, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for the Study of Global Racial Justice, who will be giving welcoming remarks today, followed by the Ambassador Dorbrene O'Marde's keynote address.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm an African. When we greet, we expect to be greeted again. Greeting is a very good part of what we do and who we are. Well, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you all this morning. Despite the kind of unusual weather, we thought it would be very bad, but it's manageable, and we are here. And to those of you on the live stream, we also welcome you. Because of the weather and the icy condition, I am here alone, but I was supposed to do this introductory remarks with one of my beloved colleagues who has done work in reparations here in Newark, and that's Professor Mark Krasovich. From the History Department at Newark. But I'll try my best to give an introductory remark that is befitting of the work that we do. My name is Michael Conte. As you know, I'm a postdoc at the Center for the Study of Global Racial Justice. I am really honored and excited to be here as we talk about this important topic on reparation. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to listen to a phenomenal speaker at the very end and the work that he's doing. And we had the opportunity to listen to people who have actually organized within the community, the Linen Town, the Ovarian community in Denver, Colorado, and the Linen Town in Georgia. And the kind of work that each and everyone is doing, I think the important part, with the help of the community, the involvement of the community, we realize that doing reparations work requires tremendous amounts of resources, the skills, the connections, the partnership, and the relationship. And at this point, I want to invoke what the Varian was saying, the love for the kind of work we do, the love for the community. So I am here to talk about how we proceed today, and indeed, I am an interdisciplinary scholar, and I've primarily researched slavery, incarceration, and reparative approaches, such as restorative justice. Now, I've also participated in community conversations in Newark to learn what the community thought about imagining a reparative framework. And currently, I'm teaching a course on community organizing and advocacy, where I'm prefacing this conversation as frontline conversation for students to be involved and become actively engaged in the issues that's there to them. Now, Professor Krasovich, who is not here, was our lead PI in a Mellon-funded grant on the reparations project here at Rutgers-Newark. Now, two areas of that work, the project is called Crafting Democratic Future. And this was about historical research in Newark, and we realized that there is the local scale, and we did this through the community by engaging in community dialogues. We learned that people didn't think only in one scale when we talk about reparation, and in historical research, that Newark had to be thought of not comparatively, but connectively. And I say this because that the systems of global racial capitalism connected to London, to Barbados, to West Coast of Africa. And all of this challenge the link and challenge us to think across multiple scales and to think connectively in terms of the systems rather than comparatively. So we needed to have an interdisciplinary approach to this kind of work. And that's how I entered because of my international work on this areas. And Professor Krasovic, a very fine historian, and we partnered with community organizations, one of whom was there yesterday, Richard Camarelli, and we also have the New Jersey Institute for I'm blacking out on it, but social justice, yes, social justice, and Jean-Pierre is here, and we will hear from them, and all of this came together in a very connected way as we engage with communities in how do they imagine a reparative framework and a reparative and reparations for their community. So I think the advocacy that we have seen throughout this community engagement and to see that there is a global movement that is building steam and that is really developing in ways that we can draw a lot of connective approaches. And now some key pointers I have learned from the research which is relevant to the Sawyer seminar, that yesterday we were talking about this whole issues around consent, the whole issues around getting everybody involved, bringing it to the national dialogue around reparations, right? That is not only one community, but making it national. It seemed to us that despite the multiple forms of engagement, perhaps the most compelling being the institutional confrontations with their own histories of harm. Universities are generally not in the lead on reparations, as we've learned. In fact, we've learned yesterday that they have become the friendly face of urban renewal, right? Like any institution, I suppose, the university is both enabling and limiting. But I think we likely all agree that it's best when it's active and engaged. So the reparations-related work has brought us into an incredibly vibrant intellectual space that is also accessible and engaged and full of brilliant people that we have had the opportunity to work with. The people we've worked with and who we've invited to be with us here at the Sawyers today, people like James Amamiso, Kachin, Richard, Jean-Pierre, and so many others who have also come across the Atlantic Ocean to be with us here, all points to the issue around the global movement of reparation, which we will be talking about and engaging today. We recognize that successful reparations projects require a combination of resources, the skills, the partnership, and the community involvement. And so here in Newark, I will be remiss if I fail to mention that we have a New Jersey Reparations Council now. And I believe Jean-Pierre and Dreisen, Heath and Lisa Alexa and Professor Charles Junior, Anderson and David Trout, all of these people are engaged in one way or the other in the New Jersey Reparations Council and will be able to shed some light in the marvelous work they are doing and how they are engaging. Two students, we have Professor Aisin Miller, who have been leading students to Barbados and will be going again this summer. And if you have students, that's where you want to be this summer, to take your students to have an engaging and immersive experience in this kinds of issue. So today we want to dig deeper into the conversations around reparations and the global outlook. But I need to also just preface it against what we are facing in our current political climate in the United States. I can say this, it seems as if we are at the cusp of a massive political conflict in the United States. And we know that the deep states will not take this line down. There will be a lot of pushbacks. We need to be able to situate the conversation around where does reparation fall in this political conflict. That if I should go a step forward, it appears to me that we are at the beginning of a major revolution that is happening in Washington. And It's massively ambitious. Whether it will be successful, it's anybody's guess, but we need to be able to see where do we align and where do we pitch our own tent in terms of reparations, with the whole American exceptionalism becoming very too much apparent. So the second today, after lunch, the working session will allow us to think through a question very much on the minds of those of us at Rutgers-Newark who have been thinking, research, teaching in areas of reparative justice and want to expand the work while engaging with others and knowing there are many different models of reparation, most of which invites us to envision reparation as a process as much as a destination. Where does the university enter most effectively? In the process of repair. Again, I want to welcome you this morning, and I am excited for what lies ahead because I know some of the speakers, I have engaged with them, I know we are in for an intellectual stimulation, and not one that can only stimulate us, but one that will provoke us to think systematically, connectively around these issues today. But I will not be fit to welcome these people. I'll call on my sister from another mother with the same father, Professor Alison Miller, to welcome our keynote. I thank you and welcome.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We all made it. Amen, inshallah. As my window says, whenever you register. So I normally begin everything that I do with a moment of silence for the Lenape people on whose unceded territory we currently occupy. And also for the ancestors who made it possible for us to be here, who laid the groundwork for us to have a conversation about reparations in the 21st century.
That's it.
Right.
Thank you. So I was jumping at the bit to give the introduction to my brand new best friend and favorite ambassador, Dorbrene O'Marde. I met him last year at a conference for the African Association in Africa Studies conference in Lubumbashi, Congo. And we hit it off immediately, not because we had so much in common, but because we had a lot to argue about. So this bio that I'm about to read does not do him justice. And if you haven't had the opportunity to pull him to the side and talk to him, please do, please do. But without further ado, because my date says I need to be on time. Dorbrene O'Marde, Ambassador. Dorbrene O'Marde is an Antigua-born Caribbean citizen, a Pan-Africanist appointed by the government of Antigua and Barbuda as Ambassador Plenipotentiary with responsibility for Antigua and Barbuda Reparation Justice Program. He's chairperson of the Antigua and Barbuda Reparations Support Commission, whose mandate includes fostering deeper ideological, social, and economic connections with people of African descent in the diaspora and continental Africa. He's presently one of 3 vice persons of the CARICOM. CARICOM stands for Caribbean Community, in case you don't know. The CARICOM Reparations Commission, with responsibility for the coordination of the work of the member national committees and commissions. He's been a member of that commission since its formation by the heads of CARICOM governments in 2013, with terms of reference that include establish the moral, ethical, and legal case for the payment of reparations by the governments of all the former colonial powers and the relevant institutions of those countries to the nations and peoples of the Caribbean community for the crimes against humanity of 1, native genocide, 2, the transatlantic slave trade, and 3, a racialized system of chattel slavery. The ambassador is a graduate of UWI, University of West Indies, the University of Toronto, and Tulane University. He's a management consultant, a widely recognized cultural worker, author, playwright, director, lyricist, pseudo-calypsonian, a former radio and TV, I'm sorry, not pseudo, he's a Calypsonian. And a former radio, TV program host in both jazz and calypso. He is a frequently invited guest on national media programs addressing a broad range of subjects, but primarily culture, education, and reparations. The ambassador let me know that he is not a government official. He's not a cultural worker per se, but that he's an activist. He's always been an activist and always will be an activist. He's not only from the community, he's of the community and for the community. So without further ado, Ambassador Dorbrene O'Marde.
Morning, everyone. I say thanks to my super friend.
Okay.
Humbly, I say thanks to Interim Chancellor Dr. Jeffrey Robinson, to Dean Dr. Jacqueline Mattis, and to all those who have enabled my participation in this important series of conversations around racial justice and reparations. I send special greetings to Associate Professor of History, Michael Green Mercado, who issued the invitation for me to be here. Special acknowledgement is offered to Dr. Dan White, who is not with us today, and the Rutgers Global Study Abroad team, with which I had the privilege of working in the Democratic Republic of Congo in Glasgow, United Kingdom. That team included Chairperson Tyson Miller and Professor Maitai, Dr. Michael Conte, and I also met Dr. Simon Anderson of the University of West Indies there. As I did on those occasions, I am very confident that I will come away from this gathering with a deeper understanding of the work in which we are all engaged. I call this talk the Global Campaign for Reparations, the Experience and Vision of the CARICOM Reparations Commission. I bring greetings from Professor Hilary Beckles and members of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, of which, as you've heard, I'm one of 3 vice chairs, and also from the Antigua and Barbuda Reparations Support Commission, which I chair. Let me take a few minutes to tell you about the organizations I represent and the country within which I work. Antigua and Barbuda is a relatively small nation sitting in the northeastern quadrant of the Caribbean chain of island nations. It is a former British colony and now a member of the Caribbean community, which I will refer to as CARICOM during the rest of this presentation. In 2013, the government appointed the Antigua and Barbuda Reparations Support Commission, its mandate to include organizing activities to include education and awareness programs concerning reparations for the enslavement of our ancestors, and to establish links with organizations with similar mandates. And secondly, to foster deeper ideological, social, and economic connections with people of African descent in the diaspora and continental Africa. That National Commission is a member of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, the CRC, established in July 2013 by the CARICOM heads of government to establish the moral, ethical, and legal case for the payment of reparations by the former colonial European countries to the nations and peoples of the Caribbean community for native genocide, the transatlantic slave trade, and a racialized system of chattel slavery. The CRC defines reparations as the process of repairing the consequences of crimes committed and yet attempt to reasonably remove debilitating effects of such crimes upon victims and their descendants. Successful challenges in reparations law require plaintiffs to link the effect, the impact, the sort of existing injury with an identified cause, in this case, enslavement and genocide. To this end, the CRC identified the identified causes, defines the identified causes, the crime, in broad terms as the basis for our reparations claim. We claim that European governments were owners and traders of enslaved Africans, that they instructed genocidal actions upon indigenous communities, that they created the legal, financial, and fiscal policies necessary for the enslavement of Africans who they considered as chattel, that they defined and enforced African enslavement and native genocide as in their national interests, that they refused compensation to the enslaved with the ending of the enslavement, that they compensated slave owners at emancipation for the loss of legal property rights in enslaved Africa, that they imposed a further 100 years of racial apartheid upon the emancipated, and imposed a further 100 years of policies designed to perpetuate suffering upon the emancipated and the survivors of genocide. We finally have refused to acknowledge such crimes or to compensate victims and their descendants. CARICOM Reparations Commission has identified a number of broad aspects of the Caribbean condition, that is the injury, that are a direct result of the crime against humanity, and posit that the conditions should be the focus of reparatory diplomacy and action. We have enunciated them in our CARICOM 10-point plan for reparations, from local moments to a global movement. I will spend some time later in this address to provide and discuss some details of that 10-point plan. But I think it's important to know that before we do that, that we ourselves understand the lessons of history on this rather contentious issue, reparations. One of the popular obfuscations that opponents of reparations repeat often is that transatlantic slavery happened a long time ago. They're always keen to suggest that the crimes against humanity were committed a long time without reference to the fact that the International Military Tribunal, the ITM, at the Nuremberg trials of Nazi criminals, ruled that there are no statutes of limitation on crimes against humanity. The anti-reparationists generally invoke the legal doctrine of laches, which enunciates the tenet that equity aids the vigilant, not those who slumber on their rights. That interpretation suggests that a long delay in making a legal claim is prejudicial to the adverse party. But the struggle for reparations among African descendants is not new. Historically, every challenge to overthrow the burden of transatlantic slavery was an attempt to win reparations, to win the right to return to their African homeland, to reassume their historical place in the human race. The majority of these attempts, we know, were defeated in many ways through military means. The post-slavery period of British apartheid in the Caribbean is littered with a number of demands from individuals and organizations for reparation, expressed in many instances in legal terms. The actions of the Maroons in Jamaica, the philosophies of the founders of the Pan-African movement, to of course include Prophet Marcus Garvey, the Rastafari positions of the early stalwarts and the present-day Caribbean Reparation Rastafari organization, the development of the development theories of Nobel Prize economist Sir Arthur Lewis, and now the challenge of CARICOM governments through the CARICOM Reparations Commission, all represent an unbroken challenge for repatriation and reparation. There has been no slumber among Caribbean people in seeking reparation justice. There has been a failure, however, of Europe to appropriately acknowledge and respond to such calls, perhaps in the understanding of and the inability to meet another tenet of equity, that he who comes into equity must come with clean hands. As early as 1733, on St. Jean in the Dutch West Indies, now St. John, United States Virgin Islands, an enslaved woman, Prefu, led some 150 enslaved Africans in an insurrection that held that island until August 1734, when a coalition of Dutch, French, and Swiss troops, forgetting that they were fighting each other for colonial spoils, invaded St. John and let murder fly. The continuum of demands for reparations is not limited to the Caribbean. As early as 1783, an elderly lady, Belinda Sutton, referred to in some records as Belinda Royal, and you will see why. She was enslaved by the royal family in Massachusetts. She petitioned the Massachusetts legislation for financial reparations and was granted them an annual payment of £15, 12 shillings for the rest of her life. This is considered to be one of the first cases of reparations for slavery and the slave trade. Here, however, we have a most interesting link to us in Antigua. The royal family referred to here owned estates on which they enslaved Africans in my country. At least two of their charges participated in the planning of the 1736 revolt there, and one was among the 88 Africans who were murdered by planters in retaliation between October 1736 and March 1737, when Antigua became a killing field of torture, burnings at the stake, breakings on the wheel, and the guillotines, described as perhaps the most horrific execution method in history. The royals, led by Patriarch Isaac Royal, fled Antigua in 1737 with their ill-gotten riches, re-establishing themselves in Massachusetts, where they became one of the largest enslavers in the territory. And subsequently, through a bequest in his will, endowed the establishment of the Harvard Law School. The ongoing discussions presently between the Antigua government and the Harvard Law School around this particular history. Those of us who are following the news will understand that only 2-3 weeks ago, the Harvard Law School, the project, the legacy project at Harvard Law School, sent a team of researchers to Antigua 2-3 weeks ago. Discussions with the government, discussions with the governor general, discussions with the university there, and they were immediately fired by the Harvard project as soon as they returned to the field. A couple of days later, the chairperson or one of the chief activists on that project, Dr. Vincent Brown, also resigned and issued a very, very stinging commentary on the actions of Harvard. Here in the US, I'm sure you all know that after the Civil War in 1865, your Congress considered several reparation programs. And the same year that General Sherman, I think his name was, famously promised former enslaved people 40 acres and a mule, promise that was broken within a year, and the land was returned to enslavers. I think it's important too that we are aware that long before 1865, that the concept of reparations was neither unknown or unpracticed by Europe. After 1807, Britain assumed most of the responsibility for abolishing the Atlantic slave trade, partly to protect its interests in its sugar colonies from the more efficient slave economies like Brazil and Cuba. So that in 1815, in terms of reparations, Britain paid Portugal £750,000 to restrict its trade to Brazil. In 1817, they then paid Spain £400,000 to abandon the trade to Cuba, Puerto Rico, and Santo Domingo. In 1825, France forced Haiti to begin paying huge reparations amounting to 90 million gold francs, to about 150 million francs, for freeing the slaves. That is, for freeing themselves. It's estimated that the reparations there is worth in today's currency about 21 billion US dollars, plus 200 years of interest. The Abolition of Slavery Act was passed in the British Parliament in 1830, effectively ending the legality of the inhumanity there and in their colonies. Critical to this commercial contract was the recognition of the impact abolition would have on economies of both the periphery and the center. And to form the colonial British government paid in 1834, 1835, they paid reparations to their inefficient plantation owning producers for the loss of their enslaved chattel. Just under 700,000 African souls slaving in the Caribbean at that time. The Abolition of Slavery Act is the first time that the British government legally agreed with the plantocracy in the colonies that African people were chattel. This is a main tenet of our claim that the British government is complicit in this crime against humanity. A sum of 20 million pounds, equivalent today to about 16.5 billion pounds or 19.5 billion US dollars, was paid to enslavers and plantation owners by the British government. This sum represented an approximate 40% of its treasury's annual income, or about 5% of its gross domestic product. 15 million of the 20 million pounds were borrowed from the Rothschilds. Those enslavers in my homeland, Antigua and Barbuda, received 415,173 pounds, 1 shilling, 7 pence, and 1/4 farthings. It is with such precision that the value of African lives and bodies was calculated. It is only in 2016 that we in the Caribbean and the British people learned that those payments to Rothschild's bank were completed in 2015, 1845 to 2015. I repeat, it is only in 2016 that we in the Caribbean and the British people learned that those payments to the Rothschild's bank were only completed in 2015. 108. This is important in that it brings the criminality of the enslavement of African people and the racist underpinnings of the Abolition of Slavery Act firmly into the realities of contemporary history, of contemporary economics and human rights considerations. Who dare say no, that slavery happened a long time ago? We live in its jet stream, to quote the chairperson of the CAIHR Reparations Commission. This is estimated that over 5 million Africans were transplanted into the Caribbean during the establishment period. This population of over 5 million brought into the region was reduced to 700,000 by 1834. A charge of genocide of African people against the British government and its multiple collaborators is implied. Our Caribbean historians and researchers are documenting at this time the basis for this genocide. In modern day judgments since 1945, the tribunals of the world upheld compensation awards to many peoples and countries the world over. Most significant has been the award to the Jews and the State of Israel for the exigencies of the Holocaust in Nazi Germany. It is estimated that the compensation award has netted Israel $60 billion so far and running. This figure is independent of the Holocaust-inspired aid payments made by the United States and other European. We can recount, but certainly time does not allow us to, but very quickly, we can recount many facts about the exercise of reparations rights in modern world history. You can examine the issuance of apologies and payments to Japanese Americans right in the States, to Native American Indians, to the allies of World War II who claimed some 33 billion from Germany after World War II, and to Poland for the use of Poles as slaves with slave labor, to the Eskimos, Native peoples of Canada, to the Aborigines who received large tracts of bauxite land and large sums of money from the Australian government, and to the Maoris in New Zealand who received $160 million and a large expense of territory. African people's names are absent from that list. We note that recently in 2030, the Mau victims of the British official torture in Kenya obtained settlements from the British government. The settlement, however, so minuscule that it is considered but a bomb by many commentators. We are also aware of the offers being made to the heroic people of Libya for the genocide perpetuated against them by Germany. These successful reparation cases have established the fact that Europe and North America clearly recognize the principle of reparations as a means of making amends for past wrongful deeds, and that they recognize the point made early in this address that there is neither time expiry nor statute of limitations to prevent challenging the crimes of genocide and murder. Talk a bit about the global Africa and the reparations struggle today. The use of the term global Africa has regained some prominence. I say regained in reference to the work and words of Kenyan social scientist Ali Mazrui, who claimed in the mid-1990s, we define global Africa as the continent of Africa plus the diaspora of enslavement, descendants of survivors of the Middle Passage, and the diaspora of colonialism, the dispersal of Africans which continues to occur as a result of colonization and its outcome. A major thrust in the modern reparations movement was initiated in 1992 when the Organization of the African Union, the OAU, now the African Union, AU, swore in a 12-member group of eminent persons chaired by Nigerian businessman Chief Bashun MKO Abioli, with mandate to pursue the goal of reparations to Africa. A Caribbean Jamaican lawyer and diplomat Douglas Thompson was a member of that group. So was the phenomenal singer and human rights activist Miriam Makeba. Abiola said at the time, our demand for reparations is based on the tripod of moral, historical, and legal act. Who knows, he asks, what part Africa's social development would have taken if our great centers of civilization had not been raised in search of human capital? Who knows how our economies would have developed? Ali Mazrui was clear that for reparations to work, it needed to connect Africa and the diaspora, creating what he called a worldwide crusade for reparations for the African and Black world as a whole, by far back way in the mid-1990s. He further argued that the empowerment of African people and states in relation to the current world order, and therefore started advocating that reparations from Western countries meant reducing their support for African tyrants, supporting democracy on the continent, giving African states a louder voice in international organizations, critically canceling their debt. He enunciated what was referred to as the Middle Passage Plan, where former slave-owning and colonial nations would transfer capital towards rebuilding Africa, and a power transfer which gave greater voting rights to Africa in the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the United Nations Security Council. The plan also called for the return of stolen goods, artifacts, and other traditional treasures. This was 1993, 3 decades ago. The last couple of years, we have seen some of this happening, not necessarily in the form of reparation, but certainly under diplomatic pressure. There's an ongoing now, virtually every week you open your papers, you open your news sources, some treasures are being returned to the continent. And we support this and encourage. In 1993 also, Nigeria hosted the first Pan-African Conference on Reparations, organized by the OAU, which issued the Abuja Proclamation, claiming for the payment of reparations to Africa and its diaspora for damages done because of enslavement, colonization, and neo-colonialism. The reparations struggle on the continent after mid-1990s seemingly receded, well, certainly at sovereign level. But by 2001, at the UN Conference Against Racism held in Durban, South Africa, African governments voted with Europe and the USA against the declaration that slavery and the slave trade are a crime against humanity, and that injured Africans had the right to seek just and adequate reparation for satisfaction. This represented at that point in time, 2001, a serious blow to the visions of African and Caribbean unity. One that challenged the Pan-African beliefs of many Caribbean activists, including myself. It was encouraging, however, to note that in the civil society's deliberations at that Durban conference, the African NGO community voted for the declaration, indicating to us in the Caribbean that those links that we visualized were still very, very possible. And although this CRC feels confident that it has been instrumental in the reinvigoration of the reparations movement, and noting the work that had gone on in the African continent before that, I think it's important that here in the United States of America, that we establish that here in the USA, the call for reparations is equally historically long. But I will join it in the 1990s, when activist James Foreman published his Black Manifesto of reparation demands, a $500 million plan that called on the US government to pay reparations through welfare rights, a land bank in the South, and interestingly, the establishment of 4 publishing and printing industries. The work of NCOBRA, the National Coalition of Reparations for Blacks in America, and the work of former Michigan Congressman John Conyers at federal levels eventually led in many ways to the creation of the National African American Reparations Commission, NAC, which we consider, as the CRC considers, as a sister organization. A visit to the NAC website reads, the African American Reparations, the National African American Reparations Commission, NAC, derives its inspiration from and is modeled after the CARICOM Reparations Commission, which is mobilizing and organizing to demand compensation from former European colonists for native genocide and African enslavement. What we are witnessing here essentially is the expansion and the reinforcement of global reparatory justice movement, not like the CRC has issued its own 10-point plan. Within the global reparatory justice infrastructure, there's also the Pan-African Reparations Coalition in Europe, CAIHR, in the United Kingdom. It was founded in 2001, and it sees reparations as a process of restoring and re-empowering a people who have been dispossessed of their group power to effect their will and advance their group interests geopolitically as a power unto themselves and to the rest of the world. Since its creation, PACO has been involved in a number of important initiatives, such as the legal action undertaken against the British heads of state and government in 2003 in collaboration with the Black Quest for Justice Coalition. There's a Global African Congress headquartered in Toronto, Canada, which describes itself as an international network of Pan-Africanist and Africa-centered organizations and individuals. And it has as its objective the demand for reparations for the exploitation of people of African heritage, supporting policies to combat institutional racism, and working for recognition and respect of Africans and peoples of Africans. In 2021, the Global African Congress staged a major international conference on reparations in Barbuda under the theme, a prep conference on reparations, building the new economy of the continent and the diaspora, why we must engage in global and mass mobilization. It had major objectives to explore reparations within the context of persistent legacies of enslavement, colonial underdevelopment, and institutional racism that are still lethal in the lives of Black and colored folks, as witnessed by the disparities in health, in education, police murders, incarceration, COVID deaths, homelessness, unemployment rates, among other indices. We get a sense of the breadth of this particular movement that is evolving, that I refer to as the global movement. So a bit about the CARICOM 10-point plan that I promised to talk a bit about earlier. The CRC recognizes that the constant regional search and struggle for development resources are linked directly to the historical inability of our nations to have accumulated wealth from the efforts of our peoples during slavery and colonialism. These former wealth producers must now seek foreign direct investment, mainly from extra-regional sources, to guarantee a decent standard of living to the descendants of those who sweat and blood fertilize international capitalist development. Caribbean nations entered the international independence era in the early 1960s with dependency straddling the economic, cultural, social, and even national political life. Enslavement and colonialism, through deliberate colonial governance policies, left us with no stock exchanges or other avenues of capital accumulation, except the hard work, native intelligence, or other native intelligence and frugality of our forebears. It left us with alarming rates of morbidity and mortality, staggering rates of illiteracy, and a scientific and technological knowledge narrowed to the support of the sugar industry only. It forced our governments into high interest debts to address the social imperatives of health and education as fundamental to development. Let me fast forward a bit from that independence era. In 2007, the United Nations called for the bicentennial commemoration of the abolition of the European slave trade. Across the Caribbean, led by Jamaica and Barbados, both government and civil society reacted positively to this call. And those commemorations led to discussions about reparations and the revitalization of the Africa-Caribbean relationship as an imperative to provide an alternative path to economic development and to consolidate diplomatic and political vision for shaping a new world order, one that no longer victimizes African people. In 2013, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles published his book, major thesis book, Britain's Black Debt. Regardless of where you are in global Africa, I think you should read that book. And it catalyzed the political considerations of the heads of CARICOM governments to build on the upsurge of reparatory justice discussions taking place in our various nations and establish the CARICOM reparations. The thinking here behind this is also influenced by the iterations in the Rastafari communities that have been advocating for repatriation since the 1930s. And critically, the work of Nobel Prize winner mentioned before, the Caribbean economist Sir Arthur Lewis, who in the early 1940s told and proved to Britain that it owed the English-speaking Caribbean for 200 years of free labor that 20 million enslaved Africans and their descendants provided to them. To this end, we have issued a 10-point plan for reparatory justice. I do not have time essentially to explore in detail all the content of this plan. And of course, regardless of discipline, I would encourage you to Google the plan. You'll find it at CARICOM.org. CARICOM, CAIHR.org. The plan outlines the path to reconciliation, to truth, and justice for victims of slavery and native gentry. It is important to recognize that it's a social and economic development plan, as opposed to the legacy plans that are developed or are being developed elsewhere, especially here in the US, where reparations are proposed for individual claimants or descendants. Our plan is cast in the same vision as the contemporary aspects of the Abuja Proclamation, that along with calls for restitution and rehabilitation, that the recognition of the continuity of reparatory justice visioning from Abuja to CARICOM points to the potential of a global reparatory justice movement. Our plan highlights 10 areas or actions to be pursued for compensation in negotiations with European states, and which would be the focus of reparatory action in member states also. Its main elements are: 1, a full and formal apology; 2, an indigenous peoples development program; 3, repatriation to Africa program; 4, cultural rehabilitation projects; 5, repairing the public health crisis; 6, education, restoration and development; 7, cultural knowledge and heritage reconstitution; 8, the psychological rehabilitation. I will say something about a couple of these. 9, the right to technology development. And 10, debt cancellation and monetary compensation. Therefore, in the first instance, have called for reparatory dialogue with European powers to begin the process of healing and repair. This dialogue, we insist, must yield at minimum an acknowledgement and apology for the fundamental illegality and genocidal character of transatlantic slavery. It must also yield material and financial reparations that meet the costs of scientific and technological research and remedy, for also education and cultural development, for public health interventions into chronic diseases and the other impacts that we have identified. I take a few minutes to address some of the aspects of the plan. The narratives that I quote from below are all taken from a review 10-point plan yet to be published. We meet in Jamaica next week to finalize the revision of this plan, and publication will follow quite soon. The question of the formal, full and formal apology. Very first point of the plan. That a full apology accepts responsibility, it commits to non-repetition, and pledges to repair the harm caused. An apology, we think, therefore, aligns with the principles of moral responsibility and the understanding that those who commit or benefit from criminal injustices should seek to make amends. question of cultural rehabilitation project. The primary cultural effect of slavery was to break and eradicate African commitment to their culture, resulting in the contemporary manifestations of low ethnic self-esteem, the devaluation of Black identity, broken structures and diminished family values, the delegitimization of African-derived religions and cultural practices, and that disconnection between ancestral roots and the culture. Cultural genocide was an objective of the colonial order, and the legacies remain an obstruction to development. Reparatory justice seeks to address and amend historical wrongs, recognizing that the impacts of such injustices continue to resonate in the present. The funding of cultural institutions such as museums and research centers in the Caribbean and the restitution of African cultural heritage are vital components in this process of repair. The issue of the public health crisis. Here, the CARICOM Reparations Commission reacts to the fact that the African descendants population in the Caribbean today has the highest incidence of hypertension and type 2 diabetes in the world. New medical evidence has shown that this is a result of the nutritional experience that we have in over 400 years, the physical and emotional brutality, and the overall stress profiles produced by enslavement and colonialism. Chronic health conditions now constitute the greatest financial risk to the sustainability of the region. It is estimated that 60% of the over 60 years of age population in the region has either diabetes or hypertension or both. CARICOM member states are committed to providing high standards of health care to their populations. They abide with the international health obligations. However, they are unable on their own to deal with the health legacy of enslavement that affect the majority of our population. Questions of education, restoration, and development. CARICOM governments seek reparations to remedy the widespread illiteracy that continues to plague Caribbean society and to prepare our youth with the knowledge and skills and with access to the enhancing science and technology culture that has become the world youth patrimony. CARICOM states inherited education systems that were largely inadequate to meet the demands of newly sovereign nations and continue to impair the development in Caribbean states today. African children were never exposed to positive images of their ancestry, and the system of education effectively promoted self-hatred and the admiration of the colonizer. Caribbean nations still struggle with issues such as high dropout rates, gender disparities, and a mismatch between the skills taught in schools and those demanded by modern economy. The question of psychological rehabilitation, one point in the plan. For over 400 years, the classification of Africans in law as non-human, chattel, property, and real estate has inflicted massive psychological damage upon African descendants, which is evident in our daily social life. African and indigenous peoples therefore need rehabilitation for their affected populations. Mental health issues need to be treated like other manifestations of illness. The pains and harms of enslavement live on today in the collective psyche of millions of Black people. Many scholars argue that this trauma is embedded in the genetic structure of the people now and is being passed on from generation to generation. There are therapy programs and therapeutic approaches designed to address collective or mass trauma. Recognizing the unique nature of historical and intergenerational trauma, these programs often go beyond traditional individual therapy models to incorporate community-based healing practices, cultural sensitivity, and the acknowledgement of historical injustice. I remind you that you can get a sense of this full plan at CARICOM.org, CARICOM.org. We have no doubt that within the last 2 decades, the movement for reparative justice has moved steadily in a forward and upward trajectory, especially at state and government levels in the Caribbean, to include, along with the CARICOM governments, the governments of Cuba and Venezuela, and recently internationally in Costa Rica, Colombia, Panama, Ghana. Ghana now speaking on behalf of many African nations. A struggle has also advanced in the multinational agencies, corporations, and in academia across both the United States and Europe. But as Knock quite rightly suggests, winning reparations is not possible without galvanizing a critical mass of people of African descent and allies who've come to believe in the validity and the value of the concept and are willing to struggle to bring it to fruition. This statement from Knock virtually defines the work of the CARICOM Reparations Commission and its member commissions and committees. That is the advocacy to galvanize a critical mass of Caribbean people in support of and demand for reparations. The CIC, Six National Commission members, has implemented a robust campaign of advocacy and public education on reparatory justice at regional and international level. We've done this on various communication platforms, in television programs, press conferences, articles, international media interviews, to include coverage from major conglomerates. And we include among them writers, the Associated Press, Al Jazeera, CNN, BBC, RT, the Guardian Group in England, the Wall Street Journal. And in July 2023, we were featured on the cover of Time magazine. In addition, we have established at the Mona campus of the University of the West Indies in Jamaica a Center for Reparation Research to spearhead public education research and publication. We have promoted youth engagement and advocacy training focused on building knowledge of the history of slavery and native genocide in the region. CARICOM diplomats, political leaders, and the CRC members have actively promoted the calls for reparatory justice and reparations in the multinational organizations such as the United Nations, the Organization of American States, the African Union, the Pan-African Congress, and in national political legislatures to include the US Congress and the United Kingdom Parliament. We have participated in lectures, conferences, and meetings in the UN, the UK House of Commons, the Netherlands, in Benin, Ghana, Ethiopia, South Africa, Senegal, Costa Rica, Colombia, Martinique, Kenya, and many universities. Harvard, Oxford, and Tulane are examples I can now probably add but this to that list. We have collaborated with faith-based organizations regionally and especially in Southern Africa. We have developed a strong, very, very strong partnership with the IDO International Network, an international NGO representing African traditional leaders, the kings and queens and chiefs, and other stakeholders in culture and human rights issues in Africa. IDO is now based in 11 countries in Africa and Europe. A number of important advances have been made globally, and I will list a few. The demands of the CRC have been endorsed by the governments of Cuba, the Pan-African Congress, the Parliament of India, the Community of Latin American and CARICOM States, CELAC, and the Bolivian Alliance for the Peoples of All America, ALBA. Many prestigious universities here in the US and UK have made decisions to review their own history and relationships to the slave trade and slavery. Mention a few: Brown, Columbia, Princeton, Harvard Law School, University of Chicago, Rutgers here, Rutgers here, Georgetown, University of Virginia, Oxford, Cambridge, Bristol, and the University of London, all participating in what Dr. Deborah Baldwin yesterday referred to as the ceremonies of acknowledgement and the ceremonies of discovery. The University of Glasgow has signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of West Indies in 2018 for the establishment of the Glasgow Caribbean Center for Development Research and the development of a master's program in reparatory justice studies, to which the University of Glasgow will contribute £20 million over 2 decades. Professor Hyacinth Miller and I had the opportunity to visit that program in Glasgow last year and to interact with faculty and students there. Private corporations such as the Bank of England, Lloyds of London, Bank of Scotland, Green King, the United Cape Trust, and others have acknowledged their role and participation in the slave trade and slavery. Some have offered public relations salves to redress their crimes. There has been acknowledgement of Europe's slave trading past in the Declaration of the European Union, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States Summit, held in July 2023 in Brunswick. There have been some very recent developments impacting the reparations agenda. I identify the apologies or apology statements acknowledging the roles in slavery and the slave trade that have come from the King and Prime Minister of the government of the Netherlands, the Church of England, the Guardian Media Group in the United Kingdom, 2 prominent families in the United Kingdom, the Trevelyan's and the Gladstones, who have acknowledged the role of their family in slavery and slave trade. These 2 families have led the formation of the group called Heirs of Slavery, which describes itself as a group of people who have learned that their ancestors acquired significant wealth or helped organize the industrialized enslavement of African people in the Americas. Critically, Heirs of Slavery have announced its support for the CARICOM Reparation 10-point plan, and they continue to encourage the United Kingdom government and other former colonial powers to open a dialogue with CARICOM concerning that plan. Prince Charles, now King Charles III of the United Kingdom, has been modifying his public utterances on slavery and the trade, and has suggested, and I paraphrase his last statement, or the one before, second to last major statement, made at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Rwanda in 2023, where he said that the conversation about slavery is a conversation whose time has come, coming from the King of England. In April 2023, he and Buckingham Palace granted researchers full access to the Royal Archives and the Royal Collection to conduct an independent study exploring the relationship between the British monarchy and the slave trade in the 17th and 18th century. Results of that study should be available in 2026, next year. We eagerly await the results of the study, expecting no particular adjustment to our existing historical knowledge. We may, however, glean more about the internal conflicts and contradictions and the greedy accumulation of wealth by the British ruling class over the period. We, however, expect the continued resistance of the British government. Within the last 6 months, the Labour Party government has rejected the possibility of compensation for the United Kingdom's historical role in the slave trade. Its Foreign Affairs Secretary, David Lammy, a black Guyanese African man of Guyanese descent, has muttered that the concept of reparations is not about the transfer of cash, and that the United Kingdom would instead look to develop relations with African and other nations through sharing skills and sectors. Barbuda notwithstanding, the United Kingdom Prime Minister signed the communique from the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in Samoa last November, which included a decision on reparatory justice. And this decision reads, Heads, noting calls for discussions on reparatory justice with regard to the transatlantic trade in enslaved Africans and chattel slavery, agreed that the time has come for a meaningful, fruitful, and respectful conversation towards forging a common future based on equity. Heads further agreed to continue playing an active role in bringing about such inclusive conversations, addressing these harms, paying special attention to women and girls who suffered disproportionately from these appalling tragedies in the history of humanity. This is a major movement from, let's say, 5 years ago, when calls for reparations, which is what were rejected outright. Both leaders of CARICOM and the United Kingdom have agreed that the next opportunity to look at this issue of reparatory justice will come about in the UK Caribbean Forum, scheduled for London. It was scheduled for next month, has been postponed, reasons we don't know what, but it should happen during this year. What is our vision of the future as I wrap up? We enter the second decade of the work of the CARICOM Reparations Commission, riding on 2 important processes taking place internationally. The first of which is the decision of the African Union to designate as its theme for 2025, justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. A little background to this. In September 2023, the government of Ghana staged an international reparations conference themed on building a united front to advance the cause of justice and reparations to Africa. That summit yielded the Accra Proclamation on reparation. And it called for, among other things, the hosting of an international conference involving former African powers and the African Union Commission on the issue of reparation. The establishment of the Office of the African Union Special Envoy on Reparations in accordance with the due processes of the African Union Commission. It called for the establishment of a global reparations fund to advance the campaign for reparations in Africa in close cooperation with the African Union Commission. And it called for the designation of the African Union theme for the year 2025 to reparations, entitled Justice for Africa through Reparations. And the strength and unanimity of the recommendations of that act of proclamation, the African Union then acted in proclaiming this theme, Justice for Africans and People of African Descent. Essentially, prodding the 55 nations of the continent and those in the 6th region, which is the African diaspora, to focus on the profound harm caused by the transatlantic slave trade, slavery, colonialism, and neocolonialism, and to campaign for the repair for the damages caused. CARICOM Reparations Commission is confident that this decision will continue to shape and advance the global call for reparations. The second important pillar is the actions taking place in the United Nations, where the General Assembly officially adopted a resolution establishing a second decade, a second international decade for people of African descent, which will run from January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2034. That resolution garnered co-sponsorship from 87 United Member States, reflecting a broad and united international commitment to addressing the systemic challenges faced by people of African descent worldwide. The second international decade, with theme People of African Descent, Recognition, Justice, and Development, is an opportunity for all to take concrete actions to confront the legacies of enslavement and colonialism, to deliver reparatory justice and secure the full human rights and freedoms of people of African descent worldwide. It follows seamlessly on the first decade, which most activists acknowledge did not produce expected results. Perhaps as suggested by the chair of the UN Working Group of Experts and People of African Descent, because it lacked political will and investment from member states. Still, there were some positive outcomes of that last decade, which included increased visibility of Afro-descendant issues, the establishment of a permanent forum on people of African descent, and the ongoing work on the UN Declaration on the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights of people of African descent. There's a lot of work going on. I think it's important that both students and faculty here at Rutgers know that the resolution to establish the second decade was introduced by US Representatives Hank Johnson of Georgia and Sidney Kamlega Dove of California, signaling, at least theoretically, that the opportunities for federal and or state funding support for projects that pursue justice, that highlights the contributions of Africans at home and in the diaspora to human development. You will note I did say theoretically. The CRC priorities for 2025 therefore include further clarification of its mandate and the revision of its 10-point plan, continued collaboration with the Permanent Forum in the preparations of the International Human Rights Charter for People of African Descent, providing support and advice to CARICOM heads of government as they meet with the United Kingdom government in the UK summit, to encourage and enable its National Commission members to develop programs for the second decade, to continue collaborations with Latin American and African nations, organizations, and other partners in strengthening the global strategies for reparations, and to give energy and life to the early Missouri call for a worldwide crusade for reparations for the African and Black world as a whole. I end this talk, as I have done on other talks, with a quotation from Kwan Thompson's engaging book, Reparations, a Christian Call for Repentance and Repeat. I paraphrase Kwan Thompson slightly with apologies, substituting the word goal where they use the word hope. Our goal is that the singular harm wrought by white supremacy, the theft that has visited upon us and those we love, will broadly be seen for what it is. Our goal is that when it is seen, it will be confessed. Our goal is that when it is confessed, it will be renounced. Our goal is that when it is renounced, the world that it made will pass away and its weight will fall from our shoulders. Our goal is reparation. We work towards this goal and invite those of you who have not done so yet to join us, to join the evolving global movement. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ambassador. I don't know, Ambassador, if you would like to stay to take some questions. There might be some questions. Is that okay? We're going to limit our time for questions to make room for the rest of the activities today. But yes, we will take some questions. Yes. Just raise your hand and I'll bring the mic over.
Thank you so much. I had a question about the situation you mentioned earlier with Harvard and Antigua. And I was wondering, what has Harvard done or agreed to do so far up to now to address its history? And what does Antigua believe that Harvard should do to address this history?
Yes, important question. We know that Harvard has internally explored its own history. Relationships with Antigua and Barbuda, the focus has been on education. It has collaborated with the Fort Landed campus of the University of West Indies, the Five Islands campus in Antigua and Barbuda, providing students at that university with access to a range of Harvard courses. The demands from the university go much wider than demanding in particular access to libraries and the bibliographies generally. A number of other issues, including attendance at Harvard courses in person rather than through Zoom and this stuff. I think that's the extent as far as the educational aspect of it is concerned. There are voices in the government that are talking about financial compensation. And those issues have not been made very clear as well.
Hi, thank you so much. My question is rooted in how is Antigua going to incorporate and move around the struggles of climate change and its fight for reparations? What does that look like in the material, but also in the actual fight against climate change?
Yeah. Again, we're on unclear ground in terms of how do we marry the fight for climate justice with the fight for reparative justice. Very specifically, as I mentioned, the CRC's commitment is a struggle about genocide, about the trade, and about chattel slavery. There are those arguments that suggest that the climate issue that we face today are a direct result, essential, of what happened in the development of capital through the slave trade and the development of the Industrial Revolution in the United Kingdom that has led to the challenges in climate today. And therefore, that those two struggles for justice should be combined. We have not accepted that in the CRC. The Antigua government, on the other hand, led by Prime Minister Gaston Brown, has been very, very active in the fight for climate justice as an individual, We have led the formation of a group of small nations that are challenging in international courts the issues pertaining to climate justice, recognizing that we sit in the path of hurricanes, essentially volcanoes around us, floods, droughts. We are on the brink of the damages from climate change. But that work is going on separately from the reparatory justice.
Thank you for your talk. It's very engaging. My question is, how do people like myself working on local scale align our efforts with the transnational comparative work that you have described?
It's about support. It's about contributing to that international recognition for reparations, for justice through reparations. And I think that wherever we are in this global struggle, that our contribution to that recognition and that acceptance is what will propel enslaving countries, colonizers, etc., to rethink their particular standing of relation. I think we are faced with the reality, as I mentioned, where the British government has just simply said no. French government has said no. The only European government that has acknowledged anything has been the government of the Netherlands. And a new government, subsequently being in power about 2-3 months ago, they have reneged on that commitment of the government before. And so what we're really talking about is an international pressure, an international recognition. You know, for some of us, it's not unlike what happened to the struggle against apartheid. That struggle against apartheid was eventually won through international pressure. Sports, college, politics, all across this world that moved against apartheid. And what we are encouraging is sort of a similar struggle to move for reparations wherever we are in global life.
We have time for one last question. Yes.
Thank you very much for your time. I'll repeat that. It's quite informative. But I have a question about, well, you just mentioned France.
Yeah.
Who has rejected, most of the countries who are rejecting the concept you just presented. Is there any possibility in your mind that perhaps we have the definition of wealth or money wrong? I'm in private banking, and I have a feeling that if we change our understanding of the definition of wealth, for example, and money, we don't need to really speak to other people. We just need for them to agree to leave us alone, per se. Those who have, you know, we're victims or we've suffered from the concept of, you know, the transatlantic slave trade and all the other, you know, categories that you actually have already covered. If we change the way we see, for example, you know, and I know, everyone knows that the resources of Africa are still there. They're still underground. So why do we need anyone to give you anything except freedom to use what you have?
I think that freedom exists, doesn't it? And I certainly don't think that leaving us alone will contribute to the repair that we demand. Really,
Not what you needed from them.
they're the ones who committed the crime.
In other words, you need their money, which they made from you. You want that back, is that what you're saying?
Basically, that's what we're saying. It's not only about money. We're also talking about exchanges, skills, technical assistance. We are talking about, representation in the international agencies, etc. It's not only about money. It includes some of the things I think you mentioned in terms of diplomacy. But I do not think that we can just step back and allow the continued capitalist exploitation of certainly the Caribbean and Africa to go on and suggest that that will repair the damage that has been done. We are talking essentially about repair. This is what we're talking about. And we are talking about seeking resources to effect that repair. And it's not something that we're going to hide from. That those resources that we see essentially comes from the work and the blood and sweat and tears of our ancestors. And it is in respect for our ancestors that we must also complete this process. It's not something I think that we can or we will ever simply turn our back on and say, okay, just leave us alone.
All right, so I wanted to introduce the panel on critical conversations, movements for reparations, local and global perspective. I'm going to call each speaker up one at a time. Well, no, that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to say the order of the speakers and you come up one at a time. And then after the fourth speaker has given their brief introduction into their work, the session will be moderated virtually by the School of Arts and Sciences Dean, Jacqueline Mattis. So our first panelist will be Dr. Deborah Gray-White, who is a Board of Governors, Professor of History and Professor of Women's and Gender Studies at Rutgers University Emerita. Yes? Okay, great. The second person who will be speaking will be Dr. Simon Anderson, Director of the George Alini Chronic Disease Research Center, Caribbean Institute for Health Research. Our third speaker will be Dreisen. Did I say that correctly? Dreisen? Thank you. Dreisen Heath, who is the Director of Public Education and Narrative Committee, New Jersey Reparations Council. And last but not least, will be followed by Jean-Pierre Brutus, Esquire, Dr. Jean-Pierre. Get it together. Dr. Jean-Pierre Brutus, Esquire, who's Senior Counsel, Economic Justice, New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. So one at a time, please. And I'd like to ask you to provide the audience with a very brief intro to what it is you do so that we can have a more formal conversation moderated by the dean. So without further ado, Dr. Deborah Gray-White.
So I wasn't really sure what I was going to do today. I was a Board of Governors Distinguished Professor of History. Now I just put emeritus on that because as of June 30th, I retired from Rutgers. But I'm really glad to be back, and I'm really glad to be back to talk about what we did or what I was engaged in, as well as a good part of the university for the last, let's see, 7 years, 5 to 7 years of my tenure here at Rutgers. In fact, what I did was, I was chair, and I have to read this, I was chair of the Committee on the Enslaved and Disenfranchised Populations in Rutgers History, shortened as the Scarlet and Black Project. So I wanted to talk about this just very briefly. Because I could tell you about the history and everything we found. I'm not gonna do. What I'm gonna tell you about is some of the backstory. How it came about. Because when it gets presented, you got these 3 books, you've got all of the, we've changed the names of buildings, et cetera, et cetera. It looks like everything was planned out, it was done really great. There was no pushing and tugging and that, but as you know, you're at Rutgers. And although I will say, I think it went relatively smoothly, and I'll tell you some of the reasons why. So the project got started in very late 2015, and if you all remember, Rutgers was doing its 250th anniversary celebration in 2016. Totally without any participation on the part of Black students, and totally without any kind of recognition of the change that had taken place in Rutgers history beginning in 1967. There was no mention, there was going to be no celebration having to do with anything Black. Actually, they did, Dean Greenberg, he did a 2-day conference of Black on the Banks. And I think that was in around, that was 19, well, not 19, we're in the 20s. I think he did it in 2015. Now, he did this conference, the president didn't show up. And see, I'm gonna tell you something. Nobody from the administration showed up. They did not show up. Now, they had brought in Black alumni from all over the country, etc. Nobody showed up. They were at a football game because Rutgers, being part of the Big Ten now, I think they were playing Michigan or Ohio State, one of the big, and so everybody, they were totally absent. Some students got together, and I'm not really sure of the origin of their organization or what organization they came from. And they came together and they said, what about us for the 2016 celebration of Rutgers' 250th anniversary? What about us? And they met with Vice Chancellor Richard Edwards over at the New Brunswick campus. Okay, the next thing, and it was like, remember, this is like around Thanksgiving in 2015, and the next year is 2016, and they had all of these things planned, and nothing having to do with any kind of Black people or anything about the history of Black people. So they meaning the chancellor, created this committee on the enslaved and disfranchised populations in Rutgers history. But they didn't tell me about it. All right, so who's going to share this? They first went to Dr. Cheryl Wall, the late Dr. Cheryl Wall, who was one of the very first Black professors at Rutgers, New Brunswick, who passed away just in 2020, beginning of COVID. She said, I'm not a historian. If you want a book on Rutgers history, you've got to go to Deborah. Why? I had a history in this of saying no to a lot of things because I had been on committee after committee after committee, and every single time I got on a committee, they were asking for the same thing, and I would be telling them, why don't you pull out the report that we did last year? And so, but I was walking my dog, and I got a call from the vice chancellor and said, well, you know what I'm calling about? And I'm like, no, I don't. I really didn't, because I had also gotten in the habit of not reading Rutgers emails. Okay, so we have this committee and we'd like you to chair it. Oh, okay, what do you want? we want a book for next year's celebration of the 250th anniversary. This is 2015. I'm like, you want a book? What kind of book? Well, we want a book on the history of Black people at Rutgers. I'm a historian. I believe in research. I believe in documents. He said, are you kidding? All right. That's how this whole project got started. I know it comes out, and that's why I call it Mission Impossible. Because I have this feeling, you know how they used to start the Mission Impossible, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to research, write, edit, and publish a book before the end of the anniversary year 2016. If you accept this job, you will present your initial findings at the public forum in November 2016. We're talking now a year to do that first volume. And they wanted to distribute it. My first question is, really? Who's the, well, don't worry about that. We've got Rutgers University Press. All right. So they didn't tell me that they didn't give me a tape that was going to self-destruct. They didn't tell me that I was going to self-destruct. Although, trust me, it was quite a colossal task. All right, this is the very first volume. And it was ready October of 2016. Then again, I think yesterday Dr. Baldwin was saying, you know, how the committees can kill stuff. Well, they had me going from this committee and this, the committee, I gathered this big group of people and this group of people and this, and I was just talking to alumni, I was talking to administrators, and then I finally said, all right, okay, here's what we're gonna do. And this is very classic, the way committees, particularly at many universities, work. They will give you a job to do that's impossible. And then when you can't do it, they say, well, we see we tried. And I think they do that particularly with women. And I know from my 40 years at Rutgers that this is a classic case of, all right, well, we tried, but they didn't know who they were working with.
That's right.
They just did not know. So rather than just gather all kinds of people, I was like, all right, if you guys want this, you are going to pay for it. So what I did was, I'm not going to go try to write a grant. If you want it, you will have to pay. So I put out a notice for everyone in the history department, and it got circulated not only in history, it got circulated in sociology, and it got circulated in education and in departments. And I held a meeting for graduate students who wanted to earn $20 an hour doing research. We had at least 20 students, and we sent them into the archives. Down to the state school, we had down to Trenton, into the special collections. We also worked with the Sage Library because Rutgers history is with the Dutch Reformed Church. That's why I was like, why is there a theological seminary on Rutgers campus? It's because of the history of the Dutch Reformed Church and its founding of Rutgers University. But people started coming. Not only did the graduate students come, people in my department actually said, we'll help you. Marisa Fuentes, who's our colonialist, was the first person that said, you know, I do colonial history and you're going to need a colonialist. And so she volunteered. Camilla Townsend, who, as our Native Americanist, she volunteered. What she did was she brought in her seminar, her undergraduate seminar on the people who were doing Native American history, students. And she sent them, she gave each student about 20, if you look at the book, you'll see that their names are in the author, they are noted as authors of this, but of the very first article that tells about how the Napi Indians lost the land and how the Dutch came in and took it. But each one of her students was given credit for this, not only credit for the course, but also credit a byline in the article, wrote that first article. And so that's what, we managed to bring in, we also worked with Tom Fuciano, who was a university archivist. And people were like, they just came and gave whatever, and the university archivist, who happened to be working on the history of Rutgers, he knew where everything was. So when our graduate students went into the library, they were able to figure out where stuff was, as well as the Sage Library at the New Brunswick Theological Seminary. If you look at this book, we talk about the slave owners who were the first presidents of Rutgers. Interestingly enough, Henry Rutgers was, I think he contributed the least amount of money. He gave some sort of money to the founding of the university, but nevertheless, it was named after him. Would you? Now, one of the reasons that it also got the kind of press that it got was because the rollout of it to the entire university came 3 days after Donald Trump was elected. The university had no response. Everybody was, the students in particular, they were like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? And the multicultural room over on New Brunswick's campus, which is connected to the gym, I don't know if you know how big that room is. It was overflowing to the fact that we had to have 3 or 4 extra classrooms. The students came out in droves and everybody got a free book. And so whenever the university wanted to have a response to, what are you doing? What are we going to do? Their response was, we have the Scarlet and Black Project. So we were on the stage and we were giving our research, and the chancellor stands there and he says, and by the way, this is just the first volume. He didn't tell me that. I learned with everybody else that we were going to do all of the history of Rutgers and African Americans and Native Americans, and we were going to be doing more volumes. I learned when everybody else learned, and I was astounded. I really was. It's like, anyhow, the other thing that I thought was very interesting about this is that Barchi came to this rollout. He's sitting in the front row. So now the students are raising their hands and they're asking all kinds of questions. And I'm standing there like, okay, I'm not gonna lose this opportunity. I said, I think you ought to address your questions to Barchi.
Right.
And Barchi, in front of everybody, pledges his support to the project. As I'm seriously, and I'm like, okay. So can you press it? Keep going. The 3 books. And I worked on this as well as Marisa Fuentes. By the time we finished with these 3 volumes, as well as some of the other things that we did, we had spent over $1 million. And at every single juncture, I'm like, okay, if you don't fund it, we don't do it. I am not, because they were like, well, we could, by the time we got to the 2nd and 3rd, maybe we could get a grant. I'm like, no, I'm not spending my time on it. No. If you note that for the 2nd one, Kendra Boyd, who was one of our graduate students, who is now a Rutgers professor at Camden. She became our postdoc. And then the next year, Maya Carey, who was at Binghamton for a while and now is at Maryland, became our postdoc. Because we insisted, then we had another postdoc, Alexandria Russell. So we had 4 postdocs and we were like, all right, somebody's got to do the administrative work and you all have to pay for it. And if for each one of these, for every single person, by the time we got to Scarlet and Black, we actually had 200 graduates published 2 articles, and that's in there. Each one of our graduate students was able to go on the job market with a published piece. So and they learned an awful lot about publishing, about editing, about, also about doing the research. So it became a university-wide project. You go to the, we've created a digital archive. And some of our students in the final year, they collected papers from some of the Black churches in the area, and they are now archived in the special collections at New Brunswick. Can you go? We revised the tour so that now when students and when prospective students, high school students come on campus, they will see, we've integrated a lot of our information into the campus tours, as well as we have a separate tour for if anybody wants to learn about African Americans in the history of Rutgers, and a mobile app so that if you walk the campus, you can see it. You can see different spots and places. Sojourner Truth's family was owned by Jacob Hardenberg. Jacob Hardenberg was the first president of Rutgers. And so it's only fitting that one of the newest, most modern dormitories on the campus of Rutgers is named the Sojourner Truth Apartments. It's really something when you learn about the family and this, the conditions that they were subject to, where, they were made to sleep on mud floors and basically were starved to death because they were freed right before as they got older, and the Hardenbergs didn't want to take care of them. Will's Way, if you look down here, you will see, we found this, one of our researchers found this. The reason that it's called Will's Way, and this is the walkway around Old Queens on the Rutgers campus, is because we found this receipt. Will was an enslaved person who belonged to this dentist. And he rented out Will when there was a call for masons to come and build Old Queens. So we have the document that shows that this guy Will was enslaved, and we know that there were others, but we actually have been able to find that particular document. Now, there are markers everywhere now on Rutgers campus. At first, I sort of poo-pooed the documents, the markers, like, what's the doc? But I've come around to believing that they're important. They're important for lots of reasons, and the same reasons that those students wanted, the students who came and wanted to see some presence of Black people on Rutgers campus. If you go there, the history department is in Van Dyke Hall. It's like, Van Dyke. I don't know anything about Van Dyke. There are these statues, etc. Now there's the Paul Robeson Center, which was given, or monument that was given by alumni. Black people want to see some recognition of what was done. And not only that, these markers were designed and written by undergraduates. Again, we're trying to bring in our public history course. So there's so many ways that you can bring these young students into your projects. And remembering that this is where they're going to get their consciousness raised. Right? The two articles that were written by undergraduates that are in the third volume, these are two young white men who were like, oh my God. So, this is where it begins, and this is where we nurture young minds. This is where we get them involved, and it's important. That may be it. So. And by the way, this seminar can trace its origins to the Scarlet and Black Project, because when I left, Dr. Erica Dunbar, she became the head of the Scarlet and Black Project, and she placed that project into the Center for Global Racial Justice. And the Scarlet and Black Project was one of the rationales used to get Mellon to fund this. So here we go.
Is this any better? So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simon Anderson. I'm a professor of population health sciences and cardiovascular medicine at UWI. I will let you know that I'm a cardiologist. And so I'm in the wrong room. But I have you know that even though someone might become brain dead, neurologically, heart still beating. So, you need heart people around. I don't know why I was told by Sir Hilary Beckles, the Vice Chancellor of the University, one afternoon in November 2019, to head up something called the Glasgow Caribbean Centre for Development Research, and co-direct it with a fellow colleague in Glasgow, Professor William Cushley, who is an immunologist and a biological immunologist, not clinical. So it was a very sharp entry into understanding how to conduct an intervention and how to do it successfully. So, I will tell you a little bit about the Glasgow Caribbean Centre for Development Research. It was created out of an MOU that was established after the University of Glasgow had a look at themselves, based on their past, and demonstrated that they were complicit in the enslavement of people of African origin in the Caribbean through a number of donations and monies that came into their coffers. At the same time, and it goes back to yesterday's very interesting discussion, the city of Glasgow itself, via a network of economic forces, was also complicit in the enslavement of people. In fact, if you go into the archives, I saw drawings of beautiful industrial maps of plantations and how to fix the various engineering works that the plantations had. And you would send an individual from Glasgow to sort of the problem, or the problem will be sent by ship to Glasgow to be repaired and then sent back. So there was a very intricate network. And coming back to Glasgow, they decided that it was time for them to look at the records. And as with everything in life, at times there's a crescendo of voices being heard. And this, of course, came to fore that they were complicit. And so part of the report that they published online with a very open and transparent process, suggested that one of the things that needed to be done over the ensuing years would be the creation of a center that undertook some of the recommendations from the report. And the publication of the report suggested that there should be scholarships, and I'm not doing them in any particular order. They should strive to increase diversity in their university system. That there should be a memorandum of understanding. Now, a memorandum of understanding is Valentine's card. Yes. It's an agreement between like-minded people who say they're going to do something, but there's no legal basis for MOU. You have to get an agreement done. So, and you get the agreement is what we call the agreement, right? So the first step was to get a Valentine card between the two institutions, and so Hillary and Sir Anton Moscatelli signed the MOU into force on the 1st of August 2019. And the 1st of August is a significant date in the calendar of Caribbean history, because it's usually an Independence Day or the day that emancipation was proclaimed. So that's what happened. And the MOU asked for the creation of the center and for the development of a program of reparatory justice, and also fellowships, scholarships, and some way to create a partnership between the two institutions. So one thing I'll say is that typically in the creation of partnerships, if you want to do things together, a little bit of roughness has to take place. You have to roughen up the edges of one piece of item, let's say something to another. The partnership is the glue, but you have to roughen up the edges. So questions and statements and interventions and so on need to be said in open, in a transparent way, and things need to come out as clean as possible. We don't want it to be refined and polished when you start the partnership together. You must know that the partnership is putting together the rough edges of the two paradigms in which we live. So the partnership was created in such a way and in a naturalistic way. So my philosophy was to use what I call the babies drink milk philosophy. Some Christians will talk about the newborn and their milk. I think that's probably where it comes from in my consciousness. But essentially, if you're going to start something new and it has early origins, you can't expect the outcome to be the kingdom built. You have to take things step by step. You have to grow things step by step. And so we took the approach that we would start off with small battles and get those successes and make them very apparent. And so one of the other philosophy that I brought to my understanding to how we will get this done so that it didn't fail was the philosophy that they always talk about the low-hanging fruit, but nobody ever says if the fruit's green, ripe, or ready to eat, right? So I said, okay, low-hanging fruit, but you see that mango up there at the top, that ripe one, is the reparatory program. That's the one I want first. Okay, so even though there were other fruits around, we went for that first because we know that if we deliver that program, it will then allow the future sort of sustainability of the partnership. The other thing that we did was say to Glasgow, we are going into this in a decolonized way. There is a power imbalance here in terms of medical technologies or health or whatever, because of the resources that one side has. But if you look at the value for value, there is some element of equivalence or equivalency. I'm going to see, it's stronger than that. But there's some equal footing that both sides will bring to the table. And so, in terms of setting up the program, we've got a lot of time spent thinking about the history of slavery and enslaving people. This is something that we can lead. We are bringing some heavy stuff to the table, and we bring the money to cover the program. Obviously, there are going to be scholarship in Glasgow in relation to slavery, etc. So the idea was to create the program such that it would be worked at equally at both sides. The other thing that we sought to do in a reparatory way is not to have it such that it's a joint degree, because it was very difficult to overturn what would be probably 400 years of a university history for Glasgow and 75 years in the University of the West Indies. So, for example, the University of the West Indies has a Masters in Arts for History in the Humanities program. In Scotland, they have an MSc because a Master of Arts is historically an undergraduate. And so to overturn that was difficult. So we had to make some adjustments as we created the program. We have a double degree. And I thought that that would be for a student, potential students who wants to develop this agenda of being an advocate or someone who's going to stand up in terms of justice for a various situation that needs a reparatory justice approach, then that they would have 2 degrees to walk out of the coursework from those institutions. So we developed it from that perspective. We split the course in half. We did have Brown University as a partner in the early days when we were starting that. But for one reason or another, it evolved into just Glasgow and Europe. In terms of the partnership ideas, we also took the opportunity to say to Glasgow, well, why don't our friends become your friends and your friends become our friends? So that is how, for example, I'm standing here at Rutgers because I was able to meet Dan through an opportunity that Glasgow and Rutgers were working on together. And I tagged along on that journey. And Dan Wade, and we then invited Dan up to Glasgow. And then they came up with a whole group, and then they went to Barbados, and then to go to Barbados again. So it's one of those things where it's a win-win because now we can have conversations on our own because we've established the links. So this is not something that you can value and put the value on paper to say, okay, that costs X amount of money out of the £20 million that was meant to be raised. It just allows us to integrate into other friends and to build networks that will prove to be lasting. So essentially what I want when I come in to a network is to have something tangible that the partnership sees as important. So, you know, we have all they talk about the committees and whatever. That it's more than it's the committee delivering the book as you just explain rather than just having a long talk. So we go from the sort of, so we look at multiple aspects of how we want the MOU to be developed. This includes partnership with other universities. Grant writing is a big part of raising funds in the Caribbean. I love writing grants. I don't care if I get rejected. You know, so I keep writing grants, and at the moment I can say that probably over £10 million in grant funding has been raised over the window. Now, most of those are associated with health-related research, but we do have opportunities in other areas. So I've come into this thing with a very open mind of transdisciplinary research. And I say, okay, well, let's not have a fruit salad type approach, a fruit bowl type, we'll have a fruit salad type approach where the mangoes and the apples and the pineapples are touching each other in a bowl where there's some sort of liquid between them. So let's go for that. So the expression of trying to reach some other stars, etc., fits in quite nicely. You have a big plan to do something, but you make sure that you build your rocket, that you survive each stage, right? You're not being burned up into Earth's atmosphere, falling back because rockets fail. You sort of try to make each step as successful as possible. So with humanities, we start with archives. We got the archives teams together from both universities. They were able to visit each other. So the center found the money from Glasgow to fund those researchers from the Caribbean to go to Glasgow. But at the same time, we got Glasgow to fund their researchers to come to the Caribbean. And so we were able to, for example, save some images that was going to be thrown away. These are photographs taken of the Caribbean in the pre-Second World War era when we're trying to map out the region. Aerial photographs, which is very important now because these you can use them as climate change sort of markers to say, well, this is what the Caribbean looked like in the 1940s, 1930s, and when we put Google Maps on that. So we were able to save, for example, historical documents, to have them digitized, to think about how we might digitize items. We have repatriation of artifacts. So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the Gallowasps. It's a Jamaican sort of mythical creature that if you get bitten by it and you don't get to water very quickly, you would die. We tried to find records of that, but we couldn't find records of anybody dying. But we found in Glasgow's Ontario Museum as one of the artifacts, one of the extinct species, which there was none left in Jamaica, and because what's happened with that, there was stamps storage, but the Institute of Jamaica early days burnt down, and so they lost a lot of things, but there was a sample somewhere. So the repatriation of things, of items, the Gallowasp is one example of that. Also within the social studies faculties, where the College of Social Studies in Glasgow and the Faculty of Social Sciences in Newry. The business schools have a lot of partnership meetings. They have courses, etc., that they run together. And in fact, our colleagues in Glasgow say, well, you guys are experts at this. We want to learn from you. Why don't we have a course on leadership management or whatever? And these are quite successful opportunities that are created from the partnerships and the initial meetings. So it means me going to the Faculty of Social Sciences and reading up on everything I need to know about that, and then putting a pitch to say, listen, you guys need to work with these guys in Glasgow who are interested. And I'll broach that to say that not everybody's going to be interested, but my journey was not to find a situation where I got everybody on board. I'm in this to get results. How does reparations look in this setting, and what's the process of getting everything in terms of a reparatory justice approach? How does that look? If it looks like a partnership through research, and there's value that comes through our region from that, that's the pathway that I prefer to take. So we've done that for the medical faculties. As I said, we've got grants. We have one grant that's embargoed at the moment. We can't say much about it, but it's a lot of money that we will get to look at maternal health in the Caribbean. We have other grants that look at mental health matters and so on. So we also have other partners that we work with in Canada. So for example, McMaster University and Glasgow were speaking together. The Glasgow Caribbean Centre for Development Research was mentioned. And then before you know it, I'm in McMaster, and from that connection, with Professor Sonia Anand at McMaster University. We've written grants as well to do work in Jamaica, and we're writing, we're always submitting something. So, but the whole, it's the tangible sort of artifacts that we can collect over this journey as we start up is kind of important for the conversations as to what for example, the CARICOM Reparations Council will be putting on paper. It helps to support the argument that other entities may join in. So, for example, as soon as Glasgow and Newry published their thing, the city of Glasgow apologized about its links to slavery, and a lot of goodwill is in the making. I won't mention anything concrete yet. Hospitals in the UK have contacted us to say, listen, we've looked at our records and we owned slaves in Jamaica, for example. How can we give back? And so we're using those small connections to sort of, hopefully when they come together, it makes a big deal. But I think one of the problems that you have is waiting for the big bang all the time to happen. And then the narrative gets lost because people forget, they get busy. You get busy writing another grant or a grandchild on the way or something else, and so you have to make sure that the small activities that you can do, and Patty from Georgia, you mentioned some of those small things that you can do that bears fruit. You sell lemonade if you have to, but as long as you do something and keep the conversation going, it's very likely that at some point the momentum will shift again when everybody's of one accord, and then things might change. So those are my 2 cents in terms of where we are. I'm happy to talk about the reparative justice program in detail to anyone. I don't teach on the program, but I do deliver a lecture on how to do research in the low resource settings from an ethical point of view, so that we don't want recolonization again in relation to health and research. So yes, you have the money to come in, but we want the research to be done in a way that is contextual to our setting, and that considers the communities that we serve. And it's not something that, hey, I've got a lot of money, I want to get your genetic data, for example, or that sort of thing. So we want things to be implemented in a complementary way, co-designed, and with a community-facing approach. And I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
I'm grateful to be here, grateful to be alive today. No day is promised, so I'm always just ruminating on that, ruminating on the fact that I'm standing here today because some of my ancestors decided they wanted to fight back and survive abhorrent and violent conditions. And so I'm grateful that you all are here sharing this space with me. Grateful to the Institute, all the organizers, Maite, Liz, Michael, Mark, for still engaging in this series. As I've seen Rutgers hit headlines around canceling, other very specific and important matters, particularly around the DEI conference. But you very well could have, took the same mandate. So here we are, and here we are to stay. So my name is Dreisen Heath. I'm a descendant of enslaved people in Trapp, Maryland, descendant of enslaved people in Cotton Plant, Arkansas. I come to this work having been nurtured and mentored by many reparations advocates and elders in the movement. My career has spent mostly, and my life's work is mostly on defending Black people's rights and human rights. And reparations is a huge part of that puzzle. And so, you'll hear us have a discussion today, but just to try to synthesize the amount of work I've contributed to in this space. as mentioned, I'm the co-chair of the Public Education and Narrative Committee at the New Jersey Reparations Council, headed up by the Institute under Jean-Pierre's leadership. And this council in particular, as will be spoken about more later on today, is unique in that it is evolved out of a rejection of state legislation to actually create a commission. And so the charge of the Public and Education and Narrative Committee really is examining how Black history has been taught. Where do we see Black narratives and the Black experience? Where has it been deliberately invisibilized? Whose voices have shaped this history, where we do see historical and present accounts of the Black experience in New Jersey, who was responsible for crafting that narrative, how are Black people's voices and lives honored? How are those legacies showing up in everyday public life? And how do we remedy? How do we remedy the negative impacts of the omissions, of the exclusions in other spaces? And so I'm grateful to be doing that work alongside many other endeavors at the federal, state, local, and institutional level, as well as the community level. You'll come across many mapping tools that try to track state, local, and federal reparations initiatives. And you'll see that many of them, each mapping tool seems to document, different initiatives. But what is always often missing from those mapping tools are the efforts that communities are taking into their own hands. The efforts that are not running through a local government commission, the efforts that are building community infrastructure as we speak, as a matter of self-determination, but also as a matter of actually delivering the restitution and repair that community has designed for themselves. At the federal level, I have, alongside NCOBRA, NARC, and others, have advocated fiercely for HR 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparations Proposals for African Americans Act, which has been around for 34 years, introduced right after Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act granting Japanese Americans reparations. And so that was a watershed moment of, hey, this should be our time. And here we are, 34 years later, have gotten a House Judiciary Committee vote the first time ever in 2021. But other than that, congressional leadership, all involved, including the Congressional Black Caucus, have been involved in deliberately not bringing it to the floor for any votes, and thus igniting us to have a bifurcated strategy also of an executive order, given the political tensions within the House and the Senate. So going straight to the president, which, the legacies of, the late Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, as well as Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who is also no longer in her House seat. Barbara Lee was to the very end, even after her tenure ended on January 3rd, on January 19th, she was still having meetings about, the executive order on the commission, on the Federal Reparations Commission. And so know that those efforts were happening to the very end of the transfer of power, most recently. But we obviously came up empty-handed. And now that executive order lies in the hands of those who should be, remain unnamed for right now. because I don't have the energy. Also at the federal level, I'm the author of the Reparations Now resolution legislation that was introduced by Congresswoman Cori Bush. That would be HRES 414. That bill outlines the contents of an omnibus reparations package and was quite the stir when it was introduced and took 3 years to get even to introduction. There has been a need to build a national coalition around the federal work, connecting the local communities into the federal work. That's why I founded the Why We Can't Wait National Reparations Coalition, which brings together over 700 organizations as well as individuals, internationally based to, grassroots activists that want to engage more deeply. We knew that organizations working on reproductive justice needed to be in the reparations space. We knew that organizations working on environmental health harms on Black people needed to be in the reparations space. We knew that organizations working on disability rights and accessibility needed to be in the reparations space, and that there needed to be an expansion of the ideologies and the legacies of the reparations movement to be more intersectional and to be more expansive in the visions of and the complexity of what the remedial actions look like. And so that's the purpose of the Why We Can't Wait Coalition that operates as it needs to, both on the organizing front, but also on policy development, communications, et cetera. At the state and local and institutional levels, I've worked with over 25 jurisdictions, including the state of California, who is in the news quite often. And I just implore you, as you've been exposed to reparations advocates in this room, to lean on us to go beyond the headlines, go beyond what is reported publicly. Often, even though I work with journalists and try to train cohorts of journalists to report more accurately on the reparations ecosystem, to give them language and knowledge to actually connect directly with descendant communities, because often those practices are extractive or not representative of the actual story, or framed in a way that is not helpful to the movement progress. I would just implore you again to dig deeper. If you see one story, try to find another. Try to talk to someone who has been, quoted in the story, or that has a deeper connection to the space, because not everything that we're consuming now publicly is truthful. And that will be an ongoing fight for us, an ongoing struggle for us. In, places like Tulsa, Oklahoma, which I was born, I'm not a descendant of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, but I really have dedicated a lot of my time in directly supporting the survivors and descendants there. I want to call out the name of Mother Viola Ford Fletcher, who's 110 years old, waiting for her reparations, and Mother Leslie Benningfield Randall, who is 110 years old, waiting for her reparations. These are resilient women, still kicking it, style, grace, and perseverance in a way that, you look into their eyes and you try to see and experience what they have. But it's impossible. And so then your charge is to continue to advocate as strongly as they have for full reparations. And so my research report, The Case for Reparations in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which argues that there's a continuing massacre in Tulsa. It is not just 1921, the standing event that most people are just getting familiar with, right? You have HBO shows that have now, have scenes of Tulsa in their shows, even though they didn't consult with any of the families whose stories that they replicated in those scenes. Those are ongoing conversations right now. It's been popularized, right? But the true understanding and impact of the massacre has not been fully digested. And Tulsa to me is really ground zero for anti-Black violence in this country. It's a very particular, sinister, eerie place because of the complex systems of power that continue to try to manipulate the circumstances and outcomes of Black folks in Tulsa. But the Black folks have been prevailing against it also. And so those narratives of resistance that often get lost in our recollections of historical accounts. I was speaking with someone yesterday who was like, why doesn't anyone talk about the World War I veterans that, the Black World War I veterans that were standing off the city officials and the white mobsters who came in to massacre the community? That's the leading story. And that delayed the destruction. It was those World War I veterans that came back and stood on Standpipe Hill and held off several. And that's why they brought in the planes to bomb people, right? There is this active resistance, and that goes back to our work within our Public and Education and Narrative Committee to speak about these methods and modes of resistance as a part of our, direct experience in defending our livelihoods and also, thriving. In Tulsa in particular as well, you may have seen the congressional hearing that happened in 2021. It's the first time there was a congressional hearing in the last 20 years. It gave an opportunity for the survivors to speak directly to their experiences to federal legislators, who also, the federal government has culpability, as well as the city and the state and the county in the massacre itself. Because there was notification to the federal government that this was happening, and they did not facilitate aid or recovery. They did not go as far as the state and city to block recovery and aid efforts. If you are aware of the Red Cross's history, Tulsa was the first domestic response that the Red Cross had. The Red Cross was more, internationally focused up until May 31st, 1921. So coordinating things like that congressional hearing was incredibly important to get a human-centered, truthful narrative out to the public, while the city was taking out $60,000 USA Today ads to say that they lead the country in racial justice. It's so important as we're in this reparations space. I've worked with families on land and property claims across the country. There are Black families who have been, stripped of properties and lands that are connected to mineral rights, water rights, which we discussed a little bit yesterday. And I don't think that is directly understood how lucrative the source of, especially a mineral like uranium or lithium that is being used exponentially to power us into a more sustainable economy. That lithium, the greatest producing area of lithium is in Schuler Fields, Arkansas. That area is former plantations. It is also post-emancipation, a lot of Black neighborhoods and farming and sharecropping jurisdictions. And so that history continually, as the US is building its, more sustainable economy, it continues to deprive Black families and Black communities of their rights. And you have, the federal government and you have corporations bidding on that land currently for direct ownership and will not have any conversations with the Black families who have been dispossessed of it. When thinking about humanizing reparations stories, I've been involved in supporting North Carolina eugenics victims, as well as some of the victims in California for sterilization, whose stories have been, more trivialized and not recognized as, harmful claims that need to be remedied. These are also, so far, some of our most successful reparations programs. And so I also err on the caution. There's such a need in all of our social movement spaces to be the first or to do the first, or it is the first. And most often not, even when you think you're the first, you're probably not the first. And that certainly occurred. That certainly is also for the reparations debate, where, there has been continually a practice of reparatory justice, majority of the time for people that are not of the African diaspora. And so it is our responsibility to continually normalize how routine this practice is, how routine victims restitution is, right? That is, within state law everywhere. When you look at the 9/11 Victims Restitution Fund, how that is one of our most comprehensive reparations programs. People who were exposed to the ash in New York have access to continued free medical care in perpetuity today. We need to normalize talking about how routine this practice is. We need to normalize. New York State has an office dedicated to giving direct compensation and aid to Holocaust survivors, in addition to what the Claims Conference provides them, right? And so there are themes and actions around reparations and reparatory justice across this country. And part of the responsibility, as you all are now, now that you are in this room, you cannot deny the responsibility that you have in this movement, in this ecosystem. And it is our, responsibility to continue to lift these things up. And so I'm just, grateful to be here, and also just thinking a lot about the communities, the descendant communities that I want to always bring with me when I'm in these spaces, because that is the majority of my time. I might do the strategic communications and the policy development and everything, but the majority of my time is spent in people's living rooms, listening to their stories, trying to give them hope and recognition back to them, right? There's often this inner battle with families about even asking or demanding, and suppressing that right that they have to what they're owed. So reinvigorating that for communities is very much, I believe, a part of my responsibility, mediating discussions around descendant communities, which often, it is okay that one descendant only, wants direct compensation and the other only wants mental health program. And that's why you advocate for a comprehensive reparations package, so that people who can identify various harms and are eligible can opt in or opt out of their benefits, of their owed benefits. Japanese Americans were able to opt out if they didn't want direct compensation out of the Civil Liberties Act. You know, that these are various models that we can continue to use. So comparative analysis is one thing, you know, uplifting existing reparations practices is another thing. But being in community with each other and with the people most impacted, it's something that we all say is our priority, but it has to be from start to finish. It cannot be lost. The outputs of what reparations look like are directly impacted if descendant communities are not centered throughout the entire process. And again, you've seen that manifest itself physically in the deterioration of some of these existing programs at universities that, you know, started off and continue to be public PR campaigns for them rather than actual direct impact campaigns. So Rutgers has an opportunity to pivot and do it a different way, in a better way. And I look forward to talking about very concrete ways in which you all can engage in that work. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Wonderful, wonderful. I just want to thank all the organizers, Maite, Wendell, Michael, and everyone else who put this together. I really appreciate your efforts and Rutgers University in particular. Thank you so much. And, you know, I think Dreisen said it best, particularly in this moment, that you're having courage to, as we said, is to say the word reparations. And, you know, I will thank Mark later for his organizing and for the work that he's done on reparations as well. But it's really an honor to be here, and I really want to thank you all. If you all don't know, I work at the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. The Institute actually is located right across the park from here at Military Park. Our offices are right here. We are actually celebrating our 26th year this year. We do a number of different issues, and we're engaged in a number of different advocacy items. We're led by the incomparable civil rights attorney, Ryan P. Haygood. And we work in a number of different areas. And the first is our democracy area, which we lead the efforts to establish a New Jersey Voting Rights Act. And also we led the effort to lower the voting age in Newark for kids to vote in their school board elections, to vote lower the age to 16 years old. So just last week, 16-year-olds in Newark registered to vote for the upcoming school board election, first time in the country. We also lead the effort in the state to allow returning citizens to serve on juries after serving their time. So we lead that effort around criminal justice work. And also we just launched our environmental justice pillar, where we'll be doing work around climate change and racial justice. And then lastly is our economic justice work. And in our economic justice work, we focus primarily on producing work that is focused on closing the racial wealth gap in New Jersey. And for many of you who don't know, New Jersey has one of the largest, if not the largest, racial wealth gap in New Jersey, in the country, excuse me. Last report we published in the Institute, it was over $300,000. Soon, my colleague will publish a new report in the next few weeks showing that that number has almost doubled. So it's pretty significant, and it's driven primarily by the COVID crisis and the Black homeownership gap. And so we work on in the economic justice program on closing the Black homeownership gap, the racial homeownership gap. We also work on, for example, increasing penalties for discrimination in home appraisals. We also support debt-free higher education, a first-time and first-generation home buyers program to ensure that folks who are the first generation in their families to purchase a home have additional grants to put down a down payment. And we also, in the economic justice program, focus on reparations. And that is the real crux of our work in our economic justice program. And why reparations in New Jersey? And this is a room of folks who already know. And thank you, Professor Gray White, for discussing the role of slavery in Rutgers, and particularly in New Jersey. New Jersey was once is known by some scholars and some historians as a slave state of the North. And we can draw a direct line between slavery in New Jersey and the racial wealth gap and all the present day harms in New Jersey that, folks calculate with a series of numbers as a series of disparities, right? And one of the things that we forget is that as a northern state, New Jersey was deeply involved, deeply implicated in slavery. It was a significant part of New Jersey's history, but it's not just slavery in New Jersey, it's also what Sadiq Hartman called its afterlives, right? So segregation in New Jersey, even what you would call Jim Crow, and then the present ongoing institutional racism. And because of that history, because of that present day, the Institute as a racial justice advocacy organization is interested in thinking about bold policy recommendations, bold advocacy, thinking about independence. And so the Institute decided that we were going to engage in a reparations advocacy effort. And as part of that effort, we would support a task force bill in the year 2019 that would establish a task force at the state level in which the legislature would pass a bill and study the issue for over 2 years, allowing the governor to appoint some members as well as the legislature. Now, as you know, right, as mentioned before, many times the legislature doesn't want to do anything, they have a blue ribbon commission, right? And so that's what a task force on reparations would be. It's a blue ribbon commission, a study, right? It wouldn't have any actual effect. The state of New Jersey in 2008 had already apologized for slavery, but had stipulated specifically that it was not responsible in any way, shape, or form for reparations. And so as part of this, our president and CEO, Ryan Haygood, met with key legislators. He met with the president of the Senate, Mitch Spitari, he met with the head of the Assembly, Craig Coughlin, he met with the governor of New Jersey. And the things that they would tell him were that, the word reparations made people feel uncomfortable, right? Viscerally. In the meetings, one-on-one meetings in their offices, they would say, Ryan, why are you using that word? Just last year, Ryan was telling this story in this very room. And he would say he could see the physical difference in how they felt about the word. They would tell him explicitly, I feel uncomfortable with this word. Our constituents feel uncomfortable with this word. Why use this word? Why not use something else? Why not use racial disparity? Or why not use Black Lives Matter task force, right? Anything but reparations. And so our institute, we launched a campaign called Say the Word, right? Because people have been so evasive, so scared of the word reparations, we decided that we were going to name it, we were going to focus on it, and we were going to destigmatize the phrase and to get people on board. And so we built a coalition here in New Jersey, multi-faith, multiracial coalition called Say the Word Coalition. We had many different organizations, many different individuals are part of it, and part of that effort was to get legislators on board. And so we had 20 different localities here in New Jersey, and their city councils or town councils and county councils passed resolutions in support of this task force bill. And yet the bill didn't move. It has not, to this day, it has not been heard for a hearing. It has not moved at all, even though the head of the Legislative Black Caucus in New Jersey supporter, we've got, if you take a look at the bill online, if you look at the number of co-sponsors of the bill, both in the Senate and in the Assembly, it has more co-sponsors than bills that make it through the legislature and get passed. Right? And the main reason for that is the two most powerful people in the legislature simply do not want it to pass because they are afraid. They think that passing this bill would endanger their electoral possibilities and end their positions of power, right? And so they don't want this bill to move. Right? They feel that their excuse, at least, is that, oh, they will say that, they don't know yet, they want the constituents to be on board, but really it's because they are scared, right? And so rather than wait around for them to do the right thing, Ryan came up with the idea that we would launch our own council, right? And so with the support of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, the Institute launched the New Jersey Reparations Council. And so in June of 2023, in Perth Amboy, and the reason why Perth Amboy is that it's a major site for the trafficking of enslaved people here in New Jersey, we launched the New Jersey Reparations Council with Senator Cory Booker, as well as Mayor Ras Baraka, and the co-chairs of the council, Khalil Gibran Mohammed and Tajini Henderson. And one of the things that you will see as part of this council is that Rutgers University is a key part of this, with so many faculty members on the council, including Mark Krasovich and Tim Eaton, Leslie Alexander, David Trout, Denise Rogers. The list goes on and on. In every single committee, so the council is made up of 9 different committees. We've got different areas. We've got history of slavery, environmental justice, health equity, public education and narrative, democracy, criminal justice, our public education, and our public safety. We've also got economic justice, segregation, and we've got faculty from Rutgers and from other schools across the country. We also have practitioners from the state of New Jersey, and we've got about 55 folks on the council. And the task of these members of the council is to host a virtual public session. And we'll have our last actual public session next week on the Wednesday, February 12th at 6:30, hosted by the Public Education Narrative Committee. Dreisen is on that committee, Mark is on that committee, Tim is on that committee. I hope you can join us. If you go to njreparationscouncil.org, you can find out more information. You can join by Zoom or watch on YouTube. And at those virtual sessions, the first half of those sessions, the committee members present, and in the second half, the public is invited to speak and provide public comment for up to 3 minutes. But also on our website, folks can provide public comment without limitations of those 3 minutes. If you want to give audio or some essays or other ways of providing public comment, we encourage that. But really the task of the council is to produce a final report, which will come out in June, this year, June. And we'll have an in-person event at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center, where we will announce our recommendations, we'll release the report. And that's the real work of the council, to come up with reparative recommendations to address the harms that have been identified in the report. And the purpose of the report in part is to tell a story, to make the case for reparations in New Jersey. That tells a story from slavery in New Jersey to the present, and links the past to the present moment, and makes the case for the need for reparations. And Dreisen and others have called for comprehensive or full reparations. And at the Institute, we take on the sort of international framework for reparations, right? The 5 kind of areas where we have compensation, what people primarily think about reparations, but also non-repetition or cessation of harms, rehabilitation, right? The restructuring of the society, the new laws, satisfaction, making it sure that it's in accord with those who have been harmed, right? And then also restitution, which in some ways is not possible, but in other ways it is. But also I like to think that part of what we are engaged in is not just following the sort of international standard, but following the sort of standards set in the archive of Black history by the ancestors, right? And so many scholars and thinkers and advocates around reparations have always pointed out that Black people, when thinking about reparations, both in the United States, but throughout the globe, have had this very expansive understanding of reparations, right? And that this is like a future-oriented understanding of what the purpose of reparations is. And so over and over again, when you see Black folks thinking about reparations, so Salome Shatila points out in her work that particularly in the US, Black people's understanding of reparations has been indexed to understandings of citizenship. And so now people are demanding at this particular moment, a time when, speech is money, because of Citizens United, and people think that, more wealth and more money means that means that you are a citizen. Like, there is a understanding that sometimes cash is the primary demand. And so that's understandable that citizenship is sort of tied to one's ability to pay and one's ability to access wealth. But at the same time, there is also this understanding that the transfer of power, not just the transfer of wealth, but the shift in relations of power is fundamentally what is at stake with citizenship, right? And that is really fundamentally what the work that we are doing, both here at the council, but I think more broadly with the reparations work. And so our members of the council, and I won't get ahead of the specific recommendations, but when they come out, some of them are really creative and insightful in thinking about to fundamentally repair the harms of slavery and its afterlives. We find ourselves in a position where we've seen obviously a resurgence of white supremacy, the silencing and critique of critical race theory, right? Essentially a critique of multiracial democracy. And we keep on seeing this bubbling up throughout US history over and over again of these issues. And in a failure, in a sense, to reckon with the imbrication of slavery and democracy, the imbrication of freedom and slavery, right, in the US. And that failure provides the opening for this constant rupture that we see, right, this constant reaction. And part of the purpose of reparations from a more conceptual point is to actually confront that, right? And confronting that harm is not, and that harm is not just a series of itemized harms with it. It is the very foundation of the way the US is organized, is provides the capacity to move forward, right? And so part of the work is to provide a public education about that relationship, right? And thinking about how to move forward away from that to actually provide the conditions so that, as our president and CEO points out, Black people can win, Black people can thrive, Black people can be free in different kinds of ways than they've previously been. And so part of the work of this council is to produce a report that is a piece of public education. It's a piece of advocacy for legislatures, but it's also to sort of organize everyday folks. And so, yes, the report will come out, and that's for certain audiences who may read the whole thing or may read the executive summaries, but that's not the end of our work at the council. So based on sort of the model built out by the folks at Rutgers University Newark, by Mark and Tim and Michael with Crafting Democratic Futures, and the dialogues that they initiated here in Newark, we're going to expand that throughout the state, right? We want folks to engage in dialogues on reparations throughout the state. So we're going to expand our community organizing work. We're also going to expand our public education work, and we're going to expand our narrative building work, right? We understand that telling a story that is comprehensible, that is accessible, that is digestible for everyday folks to understand, and then to pick up and take and advocate and activate them to put pressure on their legislatures. We understand that we're in this for the long haul. This is not just a one-time thing. This report is part of one phase before we get into different phases. And so the Institute is committed to this work. The Robert Wood Johnson Foundation in this moment is committed to this work. The President and CEO of the Foundation is on our council as part of the Health Equity Committee. And so we are committed to doing this reparative work, particularly in this moment. We think it's important, especially in this moment, to lay claim to the work of reparations, to promote it. And I think, one of the things I want to point out about my work personally is I've had a wonderful opportunity to meet so many wonderful people who are doing this work, folks like Dreisen and Mark and Tim, doing this work, but also my colleagues who were part of the Reparations Narrative Lab at Liberation Ventures, thinking about the narrative change and the significance of that to community organizing. That's been a really instrumental part of my work and the work of this organizing. And then also the folks at First Repair, who are the sort of group who were instrumental in getting the reparations done in Evanston around the housing program. It's just one initial piece. But all the folks I've met doing work at the state and local and federal level, and even with CARICOM, I've had an opportunity to engage with Don Rojas on many occasions. That has really been enriching. And so I think one of the things that can't be overlooked, and Teresa pointed this out, is the relationality and the significance of relationships in doing this work. That has really been key. And we continue to build, and there's a lot of energy in the reparations movement. Some of that, you could feel it in the New Jersey Reparations Council. And we hope that you join us in June, particularly to support your fellow colleagues. One of the things that we will do is we will take the report, and in June of 2026, we will make it a digital exhibit. So it will be a website that you can go to, you can interact with. There will be visualizations of the work. And so the work of the council will not just sit on a shelf. It's meant to activate folks, to engage folks, to really mobilize folks, and to put pressure on the legislature to make things happen. So when we launch in June, we will have several policy recommendations that we will begin to advocate for and campaign for as well. So be on the lookout for that. We will announce that. We'll be meeting with key stakeholders prior to our release of the report in June to galvanize and activate folks. But we will hit the ground running once June passes, and that is just one phase. And we will expand our staffing on the Institute to support this work, and so that we can really do it right, and we can really make it happen here in New Jersey, and then work with our colleagues around the country to continue to build the momentum. And so that's some of the work that we're doing. So I just want to give a preview before we get into the conversation.
Thank you to everyone for your patience, and I apologize for not being able to be there in person. The weather and the sort of problematics of my schedule prevented me from being able to get onto campus on time, but I'm glad that I was able to participate in the conversation. And as I said before, I just want to start by saying thank you to each of the 4 panelists for just a really thoughtful set of conversations and a really robust set of conversations about the work that they have already been doing, they and their colleagues have been doing. So let me just jump into the questions right away. Being able to lean into the importance of reparations depends on us having a very clear and thoughtful and robust understanding of history. And we're in a time, I guess America has always been in a time of historical revisionism, but we're in a time of particularly pernicious efforts to erase history, rewrite history, whitewash history. How do we, in this particular historical moment, make sure that generations from the youngest people in our communities to the oldest people in our communities have the kind of nuanced understanding of history that will allow them to understand even the most basic aspects of the conversation about reparations?
I can begin that conversation, I guess, as a historian. Well, one of the things that we worked for, and one of our recommendations was that there be a diversity requirement as part of the core offerings, and that so every student who graduated from Rutgers would have to have taken a quote unquote diversity course. That was one of our recommendations. It was also one of the recommendations of a different committee that was set up at the same time as the Scarlet and Black project, which was a committee on diversity and inclusion. We split the task. The Scarlet and Black, we did the history. They were supposed to do all the recommendations, which I was glad because I could see that they were tasked with the harder thing. They do the history, it's there. Disseminating it is not that difficult. Actually getting the university to get on board and to do some of the things that we wanted done was going to be difficult. On the other hand, to really speak to your issue, I'm not sure that the university is where all this needs to take place. I mean, it's one of the institutions that should be responsible for the dissemination of Black history, but beginning February 15th, I'm teaching a course at my church, which I'm still a member of, even though I have relocated to Washington, D.C., First Baptist of Lincoln Gardens. They have started a Saturday course for our Saturday school called the Freedom School. And I am teaching a course this starting in February called We Won't Go Back, Black Resistance to White Supremacy. And so I think that this is the kind of thing that needs to be taken up by our community centers, that it needs to be taken up by our churches, and that and all kinds of organizations need to do that. There are professional historians like myself, but there are other people who know this history that can also offer this. The congregation wants to know, the people there. We were together on the evening that he was elected, and everybody was in tears. So like, what do we do? What do we do? Well, what we do know is that Black people have resisted white supremacy, and we are still resisting it. So I think that our community organizations need to start teaching our young and old and every age.
Yes to all of that. And, you know, in addition, anything that can't be ignored in the public, shaping public memory. I'm reflecting on, you know, parts of Germany where there's stumbling stones in the street, and you are reminded, because you cannot walk those pathways without, you know, distorting your walking path. Having, you know, types of memory and markers like that in public spaces where everyone who is able is accessing on a daily basis. So it's not ignored. I know there's a lot of fear that people have you know, rightfully so, and also it has been contagious in a way that has sometimes been unhelpful, because it also is contrary to the narratives and to the actions and legacies of resistance that we've had forever. And so acknowledging the fear that you have and then pivoting to doubling down is the only way to go about things. And so implementing curricula that is mandated, that is core components. These cannot be supplements. You know, I'm aware of the Holocaust curriculum in New Jersey that is more of a core component than the Amistad curriculum. You know, how do we begin to talk about, you know, as was mentioned by Brother Michael yesterday, that, you know, the act of genocide and Holocaust preceded what the general public understands as what the Holocaust was. And so our responsibility of reshaping that is incredibly important, and can't, you know, enables people not to ignore what is so inevitably in your face.
I just wanted to add to that, and I do agree that the universities may not necessarily be the best place, but they're still looking towards us. So in Barbados, where I live, this is a season of what we call the Week Gathering. And in the various communities across Barbados, we have something called standpipe stories. Because what tends to happen in going back 30, 40 years, there was a pipe in the community where you got water called the standpipe. So the community would go to that spot, and that's where the information about what's going on in the community would sort of originate or disseminate. So currently they're having these standpipe stories. We're talking about the history of the community. So the various parishes in Barbados. I went to one a couple of Saturdays ago, and you had historians coming and telling the community how that parish was affiliated with colonialism or slavery or something important that is newsworthy, and they use that methodology. The other way is to bring into curriculum. So in the Caribbean, we do exams across. There's one central body with Caribbean examination comes CXC, which does exams for history or whatever, and has a very strong hand in forming and shaping the curriculum for history, and they can put in things related to reparations, etc., as we go forward. And then I suppose the final thing to suggest, we use the technology that's available. So like these MOOC systems. So for example, what we did in the GCPR was to have a MOOC for the history of slavery. And what we noted is that it generated hundreds and thousands of views very quickly, globally, talking about history of slavery, not just from within the Caribbean point of view, but from the African point of view. So those are some of the ways that practically we can take the information forward.
Yeah, and just to build off, I think a lot of wonderful comments. I will say, particularly around the area of popular culture and thinking about popular culture broadly. So Dreisen brought up in Germany the ways in which you cannot in your everyday life not engage with the memory of the Holocaust. But I think in the U.S., you know, we have to take seriously the idea that people consume information through social media. And so one of the things that we've done at the Institute is we come up with an animated explainer video that's been narrated by Mayor Razaraka about the case for reparations in New Jersey. We've worked with TikTok influencers to have videos about making the case for reparations in New Jersey. And so thinking about using, and Dreisen brought up earlier the show about the part about the Tulsa Race Master. So thinking about the tools, about how people consume media outside of traditional realms, institutions of education to reach folks and to sort of flood the zone, so to speak, so that it's part of everyday conversation and not just seen as part of institutional learning, but as part of their everyday lives. So thinking about how to use, you know, and the key is the popular and popular culture as a site of condensation, a site of politics, as a site of place to educate folks. And so that's a broader folks of folks who are educating and learning and not just thinking about it in a formal way, but informally, so it's part of their everyday lives.
So you anticipated my next question, which is, how do we make, we've heard about and talked about a number of the different resources that have been developed out of the work that you and others have done, reports and archival documents, but how do we make the information accessible to and digestible, to use the words that Dr. Brutus used earlier? How do we make the work that has already been produced accessible to a broader audience who either may not be able to access reports, or it's just not the way that they consume information? How do we do that? And especially for younger populations for whom information has to be more dynamic than the ways that many of us sort of grew up with information that being produced.
I think popular culture. You know, I don't do the, I'm not, I don't make films at all, but we do know that our young don't read as much as they used to read. But I think through film and different kinds of media. I'm not good at that, you know, I'm good at what I do, which is, you know, the scholarship but there are others who we need to get on board to do this.
What I would say also is, you know, I think we were thinking about this, and my colleague Laisa, who is in the audience, who is a filmmaker and one of the research fellows on the Institute, is, and also an educator, thinking about how to take the work of the report and make it accessible to a broader public, as well as my colleague Wendy Liz Martinez, who has expertise in the digital humanities and is thinking about how to take the report and make it what we call digital products for a broader audience. So, you know, sometimes when you go on the New York Times website or some other website, there are parts of their reports that you can interact with or are shown in different kinds of ways, you know, bright and colorful and interactive, so you can see the information layered or presented in a way that's not just text. And so we are thinking intentionally and critically about how to make the information, you know, yes, we use the phrase accessible and digestible, but also in a way that people can then take up and be activated. And so we're in the midst of doing that, trying to learn from others. And, you know, if folks have ideas, we'd definitely be happy to learn from you all. But yes, we are, you know, interested in thinking about how to reach multiple audiences, and so coming up with different kinds of visual products and digital products to reach those audiences. And because we want those folks engaged and to participate and to learn, so that this is part of New Jersey's everyday lives and everyday New Jersey.
And it's also about all of us you know, playing the role as translator if we have to. I think, you know, a lot of our language sometimes is not directly, it's not, you know, it's not neighborhood talk, right? And, you know, some of these terms and terminology, right, are just unfamiliar, even though the sentiments are familiar, but the language itself is not familiar. And so, you know, continually, you know, not doing less of the historical accounts and less of the research, but being very intentional about having, you know, people in the middle as translators, but also developing these visual tools. And I really want to underscore the visual nature that we need to be expressing what reparations will feel like, what reparations looks like. I talked to Sister Hattie yesterday, where she, you know, spoke to the musical that she developed as a part of the Lindentown efforts. you know, that will reach people in a way that a script can't, right? That writing can't. There is an Artists and Athletes Reparations Coalition, led by the National Reparation Education Project, led by Nkechi CAIHR, where bringing artists into the mix to visualize what this means and how this will look to people. But also visualizing the pain and the suffering along the way, as well as the Afrofuturistic visions of what life looks like on the other side of reparation. Trinity, our artist collective, is working on a national reparations quilt to model the traveling AIDS quilt. Each, person will be able to contribute a stitching and a square as a part of this quilt. So integrating more of that as well into our understanding, our shared understanding of what reparations means for us.
Not to belabor the point, which has been made very elegantly here. Community approach is really a good way, and understanding the needs of the community. So, for example, we're doing work in Dominica with the Carolado community. They are the ancient people of the Caribbean lands, right? And they like the storytelling to understand it, things related to health. And so when we go in, we go with an approach that puts them at the center of whatever we're doing. So it's a community-centered approach led by the community in terms of how we move forward and how we frame out how the story is to be told. And then the other thing is that as a scientist, it's very hard to write things in plain English. I always have to get help because we just quickly drop back on the jargon and the very sort of different ways of narratives of speaking, and it's very hard to get onto it. So sometimes we have to collaborate with individuals who know how to speak and write in plain English and can translate what we say in an appropriate way.
So I'm gonna pivot just slightly, just to sort of lean into the history of things and how the cycles that we see happen in life. Again and again, when there are efforts to try to achieve justice, there's pushback, there's pushback, and then there's a moment when things get sexy, right? Where people are willing to do the thing. We just saw this with DEI about 10 years ago, and 5 years ago, where people's emotional buttons were pushed, and suddenly they were interested in throwing money at it, even when they're not necessarily interested in the substance of it, right? We see the cycle over and over again. And then when it is no longer sexy, money gets pulled back and then attacks come. And we're in that moment right now. With the work that you are doing and with the work that's going on among people who are in the audience and many of us who are interested in these issues, what advice would you give around future-proofing the work that we are doing so that that cycle gets interrupted, so that we don't go through when people finally get to the point where they can say the word reparations, and let's hope we ever get to that point, and where people are interested in seeing this work come to fruition, that we don't go through this cycle of 3 years later, it all gets pulled back or people co-opt it so that the energies and the efforts are moved into doing work for communities that were not disenfranchised. So what recommendations do you have, or what are you doing to ensure that we can future-proof the work that we're doing, the activist work we're doing, so that it doesn't get co-opted or destroyed?
Well, there will always be attempts to destroy. There will always be attempts to co-opt, but I think that's also the important piece even of the reparations framework that people often gloss over. You have, you know, financial compensation, you have restitution, you have rehabilitation, you have satisfaction, the, you know, public memorials and markers, but you have this guarantee of non-repetition. And I think that is also what you're getting to in terms of not repeating the same behaviors, and reparations is supposed to be that transformative experience that is ultimately eradicating anti-Blackness, which is, you know, at the core of what this backlash is festering and thriving off of. So I think if we could all get on the same page of, you know, what our common enemy is in white supremacy, and staying the course in, you know, continuing to uplift our human dignity and our personhood, and staying within that course. I think that's part of it. That's the foundation for withstanding the attacks. It's also, you know, I've had a lot of conversations because the reparations movement is multi-generational, is intergenerational. And so we often have these conversations of like, you know, does this movement, like other social movements, does it need the leader? Does it need, you know, the person? And I think it is, you know, part of an answer to this question is to you know, reinvigorate that power in each person who steps into this space as a shared leader and steward of this responsibility. And so if we decentralize who are the carriers of this message and who are the owners of this process, and make it more of a collective process, and, you know, cut through some of the, you know, professionalization also of this movement, of this space, of this ecosystem, that can also be the foundation for taking head on what will inevitably be some regressive movements coming forward.
I think I'd characterize what's going on a little differently. And as disappointed and as pessimistic as I am right now, I actually see some reason for a lot of optimism. And the reason why, and I'll just give you one example, because we could go through the whole broad expanse of history. When I first got into the historical profession, we had, my generation had to break in. When I say break in, you could not find not one article in any of the major journals. You couldn't find hardly, I never had a Black professor. There were hardly any of us. And we fought and we did what we had to do to get published, and in the process got criticized by people who said, well, all y'all want to do is get tenure. Yeah, but here's the thing. We did it. There were no African-American women historians. None. Belinda, am I right? Yeah. No. Now, I just came back in December from the Association of Black Women Historians. We formed an organization 40 years ago, and now we got more people to fill this room 10 times over. And this is because we have this actually is a success. So what is happening now is a reaction to our success. In the 1990s, I was on the I did a US history textbook, 5th grade textbook, and appeared before the Social Studies Board of the state of Texas. Say no more. Our textbook that included African-American history was rejected by the state of Texas. So now we're talking about, we want a course, and a course is developed in advanced placement African American history. What do I see? I see success there, and I see the fight getting public. It's not behind closed doors anymore. Now it's public. And why? Because we were successful. So I think that I mean, this cycle, we know if you don't know your history, you're condemned to relive it. This cycle is going to happen when we have success. Not because we're failing, but because we're pushing the doors open. Not only did Black people push those doors open, but who followed us? Women followed us. LGBTQs followed us. Because we were successful, not because we were failing. And now, I mean, this is one of their last stands. They have to do this. Because if they don't, we will just keep pushing. And the fact that we have these reparations going on so many different levels in medicine, in academia, in the legal profession, it's happening all over. I would just say, you know, we just have to keep doing what we're doing. And as much as we see every single day the fight against they've gotten vicious because we've been successful. We just need to stay the course.
I'm going to ask one last question because I'm attentive to the fact that everybody's been sitting for a minute, and I know that the audience also has questions. One of the things that is hardest about doing justice work is figuring out how to calibrate success, and this leans into the points that you just made. So for each of you, how do you calibrate success, the success of the work that you're doing? In the moments when you can lean into despondency, how do you know you've made progress forward?
Yeah, the definition of success. So in the world that I grew up in, you always ask yourself the question, what does success look like before you start any journey? And part of the reason for that was that, you know, we lived in low resource settings, you know. I'm not here saying that we were poor. I'm saying we lived in low resource settings. So you had to be, in a way, making sure that your opportunities and the things that you need to be creative to move forward, you had to think it through. You know, if you're going to buy a computer, you need to know how to fix it. You know, like in the old days. You know, if you bought a machine, you had to have some substantive relationship with the opportunity, so that when things were breaking down, you're moving forward. So I tend to try to make sure that we look at success in everything we do. So there are big successes and there are minor things. And if we consider ourselves as navigators in this space of reparations, you know, if you look up to the night sky, with no light pollution, and you see the stars, if you start off as a pioneer, then your level of success is going to be considered different depending on the point of view of who's judging the matter. So you may say, well, we just need to leave maps, we just need to leave stories. So I think about, okay, what keeps things in a way, how much energy do we need to put in to make sure that there's some sustainability in what's happening? So when I am not expecting to be king on the throne of solving the UE Glasgow reparations thing, I'm here as a servant. So what are the little tasks that I need to do? If it's the one talent that I need to add to it, what is that? So once I can define the amount of energy that I need to put in, or I need to define the partnership and the team and the strength of the team, and we don't worry about who's going to drop out or who's going to carry on. You just literally go through the task that you have to do from start to finish. you can't walk away. If I'm doing an angiogram in a patient and I'm having difficulties, I need to know if I'm going to step back or, but I can't just leave things as they are, walk away and go have a cup of coffee, right? No, you have to think through problems and solve the problems as they come. So for me, success is taking control of the things that you are able to do, and engaging in it in such a way that you sort of marry, better than partnership, you sort of marry it to the idea that you're invested in the activity. So I'm married to the fact, I'm not going to get up and say I don't know history. The way I'm thinking right now coming out of this, if the Vice Chancellor came and said it was, we want you to write a rocket science project, you know, I'm not going to say, hey man, I'm a cardiologist. I'm thinking differently now. So success for me is the task at hand, I've completed it, and handing it over to the next generation. And who's going to take it further?
Sure, I'll go next. And I guess I'll in some ways I'll answer that question with a short story. So I'll start with the professor Richard Iden. The late Richard Iden is a political scientist and political theorist who wrote a book called In Search of the Black Fantastic, and Tim knows this book. And part of that book and the work that Richard does in that book is to discuss the role of Black popular culture and its influence on Black politics in the post-1960s, particularly music. And before becoming a political scientist and during being a political scientist, Richard was also a DJ. And Richard was also on my perspectives defense, and he was an incredibly modest man, humble, but also brilliant. And you know, one of the things Richard would tell us as students is, you know, we focus on things like the Haitian Revolution and rebellion as these examples of Black politics, these spectacular things, right? But Richard would be interested in sort of the everyday forms of resistance and rebellion. And part of his work would be looking at things like the love song as a kind of politic, right? And he would look at sort of the underlying sort of politics that shaped the love song, or like music of the chic, and like how it shaped the thinking about political resistance through love during the civil rights movement and what freedom meant, right? And particularly in the everyday and small acts. And so thinking about being enslaved, run away, or break tools, or feign sickness, right? As small acts of rebellion. And from a sort of a medium or going from those small acts all the way up to what you would think of as in some ways the most spectacular, which is the Haitian Revolution in many ways, right? And so when we think about success, thinking about along that continuum where there are different levels of what we're thinking about in terms of what success would look like, and there are many different ways in which it could be individual, changing someone's mind about engaging in this work, getting them to say the word reparations, getting them to think about this history, getting them to think conceptually, to passing policy reform bills, right? To actually fundamentally changing the way a state or a nation operates, right? There are multiple levels. So I think we need to be thinking expansively and be critical about how we think, and to build off previous comments about what success means and have a kind of nuanced understanding, because social change isn't going to happen just in one instant. There is a lot of work that goes on, and people use that example of, for example, like a duck or swimming on the pond. It looks placid, right, on the pond, but we look underneath all the work that's being done to generate that kind of power and to instill it. And so I think we need to think expansively of what success means in different kinds of formats.
Yes, success is also a process that's continuous and in perpetuity, and it doesn't have an endpoint. And as my colleagues have already spoken to, there's levels to this, and we should be able to celebrate the levels. And I think so often, we don't celebrate the small wins, the introduction of the bill that took many years to get there. Or the recognition of a community that has never been formally and publicly recognized. So I think that's important. first and foremost, for me as a Black woman in this space, success is having my dignity intact and waking up tomorrow. That is my first level of success. And for the purposes of this conversation, because this is the last question, and I'm an action-oriented person, and I have some recommendations for this university in terms of what success might look like in terms of reparations that's aligned with the descendant communities and others in this area. And I've written them down so I don't, that I don't mess them up. But I've heard a lot of conversation too about access over the course of our time here. And there's a difference between access and making use of something and ownership, the exclusive right of possession to something. And so while I appreciate the access that Newark residents have to express Newark, who owns this building? Who owns the residuals? Who owns what comes out of this space? It's also important, as I get to the recommendations, what success isn't or what reparations isn't. And we've seen this through even Harvard's process, where they intentionally did not put the word reparations in their report, but communications wise have been messaging that it is a reparative and a reparations process. And so, reparations in the context of universities is not recruiting more Black faculty. Like, that is what you are already supposed to be doing. Increasing financial aid for Black students, that is a policy that you should already be engaged in, right? This could also be compared to what government should be doing already, like fulfilling, basic human rights, right? Let's not confuse that function with the intentional function of reparations. Hiring more Black staff or partnering with HBCUs. Like, these are institutional partnerships that you already should be infusing in your common practice. For Rutgers in particular, I would consider success as, eliminating property tax for those who have been displaced by the university, and within a certain radius of the university. I would recommend a curriculum of why reparations are necessary to the harms that have been continually perpetuated in New Jersey. Chicago police torture reparations package, which is one of the most comprehensive reparations packages in the country in response to the police torture ring in the 80s and the 70s, includes a curriculum for 8th and 10th graders, not just documenting the harms that people have had experienced through the police torture ring, but a curriculum of why reparations was then necessary. And so that, if we were thinking about expanding the homicide curriculum in particular, and maybe that is something that is folded directly into it. Success at Rutgers would look like a recovery and identification and then compensation for certain artifacts that have, been confiscated or stolen from displaced families in the building of this university and expansion of this university. A percentage of the endowment going to a revolving restitution fund for descendant communities. We've seen Chicago, Illinois, issue a bill to that's waiting to be potentially signed to give a public disclosure around its connections to slavery. Corporations would have a public disclosure in connection to slavery. The leadership of Cobra and others have brought this bill to its success point thus far. It would also require those corporations to then put a percentage of their earnings into a restitution fund, given that public disclosure. if universities across New Jersey participated in that and Rutgers led in that, that would be transformational. Success would also be, you know, publicly accessible, permanent archival work, not just for Black History Month. Are we going to have this exhibit? But it is a standing, accessible public archive, which I know you all, you know, have some resources already available to that extent, but expanding the breadth and depth of the content and no paywalls, you know, to that access. Any type of medical center that is attached to the university providing free or subsidized healthcare directly to the communities surrounding the area. Johns Hopkins, for instance, provides subsidized medical care to residents around the area, but not in an intentional way, connecting its histories and movements to the displacement of Black folks. Continued rememory and visualization of community development. So fostering, you know, what was here prior to Rutgers, but also enabling visions through, you know, I walk through this building, I see design labs and things that could be used to also give Black residents an opportunity to visualize the area that they want this to be from here thereafter. Those types of visions are important both to, you know, the thriving of Black communities in this space. The continued use of arts and other interdisciplinary mechanisms for the continued public reckoning that Rutgers has to engage in. It's not one report that is going to change the, you know, landscape. It is not one seminar or series that's going to change the landscape. And, you know, there are many other recommendations that I can name, but I just wanted to contextualize that in this question of success, because there are really tangible things that this university could be embarking on starting today if it wanted to.
I think success can be looked at like you're looking at it in the broad terms, and I think everybody, and including myself, would endorse all of that. But when you get to be my age at 75 years old, you look back. And what I would say is that I hope that everyone here in this room, and that most people can actually go to bed at night and say, you know, I fought the fight and I've run the race and I've won. When I came to Rutgers, I was the first African-American tenured historian in the history department. And there were not a whole lot of other people around. And I look today now, and there should be more. And there should be continuing hiring. But what I see now is the Center for Racial Justice, for Global Racial Justice. And that was not even a thought or a possibility before we brought forth the history, before we insisted over the last 40 years that I was here at Rutgers, that we have Black professors, that we bring in cohorts, not one or two African-American students doing Black history, who we were gonna distribute throughout the professoriate, but Rutgers now, and I don't know if you all know this, but Rutgers for the last, 5-10 years has been the #1 department, according to, U.S. News and World Report, as well as Best Colleges. We are the #1 program in African-American history. And think about it. When I got here in 1984, I was a lone person So we are, you know, some of our students, they call themselves the Rutgers Mafia, because when they get together at the Organization of American Historians or the American Historical Association, they can fill this room. And that's one of the things that we have done, as well as filling this room today and yesterday, and insisting that there be a Center for Global Racial Justice. So, you know, I wish everybody the same pleasure I have in thinking over the last half decade, a half century of my life. And all I can say is, you know, I sleep well.
Thank you to all four panelists. I'm going to turn things over. I think this has been just a really wonderful conversation. I'll turn things over to Maite, Hyacinth, and the entire team in the room.
That was a lot. I'm sure there are some questions. I have some of my own, but I'll save it for later. Oh, for others. The live stream. Oh, I'm sorry, live stream. So does anyone have any questions? Can you just stand and say your name and I'll somehow get you a microphone? I'll probably walk it over. Oh.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Kaito. I'm a math major at Rutgers University. My question is about reparations. I always thought reparations meant like monetary support, but in the 30 minutes that I've been here, I don't think that is what that is. So, sorry, did you guys hear me? Yeah. Well, could you guys expand to me what reparations look like actively in the real world if it's not monetary support?
Thank you for that question. And I also just want to name that it includes, you know, monetary support and compensation. I think, you know, for many reparations advocates, because the cultural understanding of reparations for so long has just meant to people money. We are constantly trying to remind people that it is about money and beyond, right? And so any, you know, economically accessible damage should be repaid in interest, in its accrued interest. But beyond that, we know that the harms are not replaceable by just the compensation alone. So if you are experiencing psychological harms, that might mean free trauma-informed care. Again, like the Chicago police torture reparations package, they built a trauma hospital for both the victims and their families to access for free for life. That is a piece of reparation and rehabilitation. These public memory markers, these permanent markers, the work of Equal Justice Initiative, EJI, and their lynching memorials and lynching markers, knowing that someone was lynched here, putting that into the public space and not letting that be escaped, collecting the soil in which people were violently killed, and preserving that soil for honoring, for preservation is part of reparation. Return of property, return of employment, return of artifacts, repatriation is a part of reparation. Free legal services is also a part of the framework. Guarantees of non-repetition, these official public apologies that hopefully do not have limiting clauses like New Jersey's apology does. And I hope everyone heard what Jean-Pierre said earlier around the 2009 state apology by New Jersey, that like many other jurisdictions, includes a limiting clause that people not use this apology for the basis of any legal suits against them to have to repay anything associated with the harms they documented. So ensuring that these harms do not exist. We spoke yesterday about abolition of campus police as a part of a framework. Abolition is certainly a part of the framework for reparation. It's, state task force like California kind of missed the mark in terms of their recommendations where they called for fair wages for people that are incarcerated. Meanwhile, what would be really reparative for Black Panther Party members who are still incarcerated for their advocacy around reparations would be an abolition of the system that continues to perpetuate harms against them. So that's a little bit of, what reparations more expansively can do.
When Georgetown did its study, and they found that that there came a time when they had to sell a lot of the slaves in order to keep Georgetown afloat, early on in its existence. And they went down and they found a lot of the survivors, the descendants of the survivors. And a lot of those people, they were offered money. They didn't want it. They really didn't want it. They wanted other things like what's been mentioned here. And I found it like, what do you mean you don't want it? Some of them, they were also offered, if their children could get into Georgetown, free tuition, things like that. But a lot, interestingly enough, many of those survivors declined to take any kind of reparations. And so if you go read up on that, you'll find, I found it very fascinating. A lot really wanted, they wanted the apology. And at the time I was saying, well, what are you gonna do with an apology? But that's what they wanted. So it's really very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
It's such an enlightening panel, and I really appreciate everyone sharing their perspectives. The conversation around success and like small wins reminds me of something that Mark and I and Jean-Pierre and Michael and the team experienced as we were part of the Creating Democratic Futures initiative. Part of that effort had us conducting listening sessions at people's homes and among community groups. And from those interactions, we gained two really powerful things in the honors living learning community. One was a student who, because we received transfer students, was able to restart her college education and is getting ready to graduate this coming year, right? And that to me is an example of a small kind of win that may be, a smaller scale, but it gives a flavor of the sort of quotidian rhythms of our work, right? That I think is important. And the other thing is, I'm thinking of Miss Pamela, who, has come and she's a senior in the neighborhood and just has come to the HLLC and been part of that network and is connected with students and just been a presence, on a weekly basis. Again, small scale, but my spirit is encouraged by the reality that we're thinking about the gravity of those kinds of happenings in the work that we're doing. So thank you.
So we have one more session after this. So does anyone have any pressing last? No?
So that we can do the.
Okay, no, we're gonna wrap up. Sorry. We do have one more panel. And 2-second break? A 2-second break. And I will turn the programming over to my colleague, Dr. Dorbrene O'Marde.
Okay, so first and foremost, thank you so much for these very valuable contributions. They've been very rich and stimulating. We know that we aren't just mind, we also have bodies. So we want to be cognizant of that. I think a little bit more than 2 seconds will be necessary, perhaps 5, even 10 minutes, quite frankly. But I just want to give you a quick preview, right? So the last session that we're having, we've called towards a statement of strategic need, right? And the idea for this last session, should you choose to accept it, in the spirit of Dr. White's comments today, is to really generate some concrete ideas, some guiding principles, a strategy, right, for folks based within the university, specifically this university, to support the movement for reparations, the global movement for reparations at every scale, right? And the key thing about that session is gonna be very different from all the other sessions we've had over these past few days. It's gonna be very participatory, right? In the tradition of lift every voice and sing, right? We all are going to be engaging. So if you have to go, we understand that. You know, we invite you to opt out if you need to, but we also invite you to stay, to build with us, to think together after we take this 5-minute or so break. All right, thank you all so much.